will be here?
We have 8 altogether, and I'm
Okay.
hoping all 8, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay,
Yeah, as long as there's a quorum of one
of at
committee,
least one committee, right?
then you're kosher. Yeah, you're all set.
I'm sure we'll have a quorum.
I invited Ethel also.
Oh, good.
One of the new business items, and Peter asked to speak for a few minutes on the structure on West 77th Street. That'll be under new business. And somebody's coming here to ask questions about the Metro Theater uptown on Broadway.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so Barbara, you can tell your committee members they can stay the whole meeting. Because this is your parks meeting anyway, isn't it? For the month?
Well, yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. So let's see what we have. Just match Peter, Josh. I think Paige is going to come in through the website because she couldn't get in.
Oh,
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye out for her then.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, okay.
did Ethel say she was coming this evening?
She said, it's funny. She said this was one of she hasn't been out to eat with friends for a long time. Tonight is dinner with friends and this. So
Oh,
okay. I hope she shows up. Even if only for a little while.
Yeah, I spoke to her earlier. I think she said she was busy, but she was very happy that we were having this presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, it's not quite 6:30, but let's see.
We have
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
You actually have a quorum of the Preservation Committee at this point.
Okay, we don't of parks.
Do you want to wait a few minutes, Barbara, or what?
I'd like to wait 1 minute if you don't mind, because Daniela is taking minutes tonight, and I know I spoke to her just before the meeting. I know there she is. She's on now. Okay.
And we
Hi,
need,
Daniela. Okay, so we have 4
hi,
here.
Natasha. We
Hello.
need Jay for our minutes.
Hi, everyone.
Mhm.
You know, Barbara, I thanked you when I wrote to the committee and gave them a list of who's going to take minutes for the next 8 months.
Yes, I saw.
Nobody wrote me back and said, oh, thank you.
Yeah, nobody thanked me.
Brilliant
either.
idea. We love what you,
Yeah.
let's keep it consistent. Nobody did that,
Right.
but I thank you. NK thanks you.
Oh, you are welcome.
Oh, Jay's here. Jay's here.
All
Great.
right,
Hi,
I
Jay.
guess we can start, Mark.
You ready?
Yeah, shall I start?
Yes.
Okay, so hi, everyone. I'm Barbara Adler. I'm one of the co-chairs of CP7's Parks and Environment Committee. I'd like to welcome everybody here tonight to our 2 committees working in partnership, Parks and Environment and the Preservation Committee. I know that everybody's really looking forward to this presentation of the Delacorte. We all love the Delacorte. We know it's in need of renovation, and I'm very excited about this tonight. But I just want to clarify a few things first. That is that the Parks and Environment Committee will be joined with Preservation just for this one item, and the minutes for this one item will be taken by our newest member, Daniela Alvarado. So thank you very much, Daniela, for doing that. And on our committee, we go in alphabetical order. So she really lucked out in getting one of the very first slots. So, but we'll be helping her if she needs it. And she probably
you.
will not need any help. My co-chair is going to introduce herself, and then we'd like all our committee members to please introduce themselves. And then I'll turn it over to Michelle and Kay, and you can do the same with your committee, and then we'll get started. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. This is Natasha Kazmi. I'm the co-chair with Barbara of the Parks and Environment Committee. Welcome to all our guests.
Which
So,
committee members do you have here?
yeah, Parks Committee members, do you want to just introduce yourselves?
Yeah, go ahead. Ken, you can start.
Hi, Ken Coughlin, Parks and Environment Committee.
Daniela, you can start.
Hi, Daniela Alvarado, Parks and Environment Committee also.
Susan, just, go around, guys.
Susan Schwartz, double dipping. I'm on both committees, so I have 2 votes. Preservation. Parks.
Right.
I'm logging in from Houston, Texas, where it's very, very, very hot.
Oh,
I'm glad you made it tonight. That's great.
Anybody else from Parks?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So Michelle or Kay?
okay. Michelle Parker, along with Kay Carpin, where we are the co-chairs of the Preservation Committee. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. As Barbara said, the first item on our agenda is the Delacorte Theater renovations or application, which we'll hear joint committees, and then Preservation will hear the remaining items on the agenda: 2 West 83rd Street, 256 West 88th Street, 175 Riverside Drive, and 315 Central Park West. As I said, I'm Michelle Parker, and let's have everybody else on the committee say their howdy do's, and starting with you, Kay.
I'm Kay Carpin, co-chair with Michelle on
And we
Preservation.
have Mark Diller
Everybody, I'm your Zoom lackey for tonight.
and Josh Cohen
Hi, how are you?
and Peter Sampton.
I'm Peter Sampton, and I wanted to talk at one point. Michelle, tell me when is the appropriate time. I want to talk about one of the issues we talked about at the last meeting,
Mhm.
the 77th Street penthouse.
Okay, I think we're going to put that in item number 6, new business, all right?
That's going to be item number 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Madge,
Madge Rosenberg, hi.
Susan,
Okay, I'm introducing myself again. I'm still Susan Schwartz. I'm on both committees.
Jay. Jay Adolph, who's not unmuted. Paige,
And I'm still in Houston.
Paige,
Hi.
and I think that's everybody.
No, it's not. It's Clary
Oh,
here.
Clary, I'm sorry.
Hi, Clary Newell. I'm a member of this Preservation Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Clary. All right, I hand it back to you, Barbara and
Okay. All right,
Natasha.
so thank you. So Katie Riley from DPR, I was told that you're going to give an introduction to the presentation tonight. Is that correct?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Can you hear
Hey.
me?
Yep.
Hi. I will do a brief introduction, which is to say that Parks is very excited. We've had a partnership with the Public Theater for many years at the Delacorte Theater in Central Park, and we're excited to present this plan for renovation of the existing structure tonight. And I'll hand it off to Rosalind Barber from the public to introduce the design team that will present the plan tonight. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Katie. So I'm going to share my screen and introduce the team here. So thank you again for meeting with us to discuss the evolution of the Delacorte renovation project. Today, I'm joined by my colleague Stephen Chu from Enniad Architects, Julie Rosen from Higgins Quaisbarth, Valerie Campbell from Kramer Levin, and the team from Concierge who are consulting with us on this phase of the project. I'm also joined by my colleague Katie, as she already mentioned, and we too are very proud of our long partnership with the Parks Department. We are before you tonight seeking a community board resolution with respect to the application to LPC for a binding report on the proposed renovation of the Delacorte facility. So for more than 60 years, the Public Theater has been a cultural and artistic destination and a vibrant force for social change. Our work is driven by the belief that culture belongs to everyone, and we strive to make the Public Theater the people's theater. Each year, we employ hundreds of artists in more than 1,000 performances. We give away over 160,000 free tickets and 1,500 free memberships, reaching an audience of more than 380,000 people from every zip code in New York City. Through our 6-seater home down on Astor Place, to our mobile unit, Joe's Pub, and Public Works programming, we reach audiences that are younger and more ethnically, economically, and geographically diverse than average theater goers. With our over 6 decades of operation at the Delacorte, including the most recent staging of the widely acclaimed performances of Merry Wives, Much Ado About Nothing, Hercules, and Twelfth Night, and more than 5 million tickets given away, Free Shakespeare in the Park is one of New York City's most iconic cultural experiences. This year, we were really proud to return to live performance at the Delacorte Theater with this production that you see on your screen here, which was an adaptation of Merry Wives, which was set here in New York City and served as a celebration of Black joy, laughter, and vitality. So we are proposing a renovation to the existing facility, taking an alt-2 approach to our work. And our primary goals are to create a safer and more comfortable condition for our staff, artists, and audiences, particularly those with disabilities. Streamlining our backstage operations, much of which you won't see in this presentation because they are not visible to the general public or from a landmarks perspective. A revitalized exterior for a more dynamic aesthetic experience for park users and theater goers alike, because we know, although we serve thousands of New Yorkers with Free Shakespeare in the Park, many thousands more experience it primarily as something that they walk past on their way to the Great Lawn or to other areas of Central Park. And improve theatrical infrastructure, because we believe that serving the people of the city of New York with theatrical experiences that are on par with that you might spend $300 for a ticket on Broadway is what they should be getting, which requires investment in our infrastructure. So in our consideration for this project, we took careful consideration of the fact that it sits in a scenic landmark. So we're taking all of that into consideration, including its adjacencies to Belvedere Castle and the Great Lawn and the Met. This is the existing exterior of the Delacorte Theater, which has outlasted its current facility in almost every measurable way. The renovation for the Delacorte Theater is not optional at this point, and the deteriorating structure is in dire need of rebuilding and must address the core project goals to be considered a success. And this is a preview of the design that we're proposing. We believe the design is contextual and maintains much of the Delacorte's current form, footprint, and views within the park, while creating a contemporary design aesthetic that better reflects the natural setting and achieving the project goals. So before we dive into the design, we're going to share a brief history of the site and the surrounding area and the precedents we use to inform the design. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Julie Rosen.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Julie Rosen from Higgins, Quays, Barth, and Rosalind, if you can go, thank you. So the two images on this slide, we have existing on the left and proposed on the right, summarize the brief discussion I'd like to present regarding the historical background and appropriateness of the proposal you're seeing today. The proposal renovates the existing theater as it has been renovated twice already. It keeps the semi-cylindrical shape of the theater, the existing footprint, existing steel structure, existing trees and landscaping, and the existing lighting structures. But it replaces the existing deteriorated wood cladding with new wood cladding, which has been textured to be more compatible with the natural textures of the park that surround the theater. The new project also solves design and technical problems with issues like lighting, seating, accessibility, and signage, but it does this with changes that are as minor as possible in terms of dimensions and materials. And while you'll see several examples of excellent park projects which the Landmarks Commission has found appropriate, these examples have involved a total replacement of existing structures with quite different, although compatible, new designs. But this is not the approach we're proposing for the Delacorte Theater. While the design is updated and we think very much improved in many ways. This is not a demolition with a major new design statement. Rather, it's the continuation of a history of renovation and evolution, which has been ongoing at the Delacorte since its construction as what is essentially a pavilion in the park, and which we expect to continue into the future. Next. The Delacorte Theater site is located just south of the Great Lawn along the shore of the Turtle Pond. And on the left is a 1936 view, which shows the location and park context approximately 30 years before construction of the actual theater. And the yellow dot represents the Delacorte site at the very beginning of its evolution. And on the right is a rendered 1963 site plan, which shows the initial conceptual design and siting of the Delacorte with trees and paths surrounding the theater. Next. The original Delacorte Theater was constructed in 1961, and it was a simple building, a wooden outdoor arena set on a minimal steel structure and clad on the exterior with patterned plywood. From the beginning, a large metal lighting bridge extended far above the seating enclosure. The theater was intended to be celebratory in nature, with a textured wood facade, flagpoles lining the top of the seating pole, and lighting throughout. Next. But by the mid-1970s, the theater was already beginning to deteriorate from continual exposure to the elements. And these photos, all from 1974, show those worsening conditions. Water damage, rotting wood, and deteriorating metal are all visible. We can't see the failing systems or the inadequate equipment and facilities for theater production, but they are there. So less than 15 years after its original construction, the Delacorte already required a major renovation. Next. In 1976, a renovation by architect Giorgio Cavalieri was undertaken, and it's shown here underway. Cavalieri took the theater down to the steel structure, replaced all of the wood decking, risers, and exterior cladding. The renovation also included a new exterior canopy and signage, and major mechanical plumbing and electrical upgrades. During this renovation, an almost complete rebuilding of the theater was required. Next. And on this slide, we have a 1976 elevation drawing at the top, which shows the new vertical cedar cladding, which replaced the old plywood, a new metal roofed canopy, new signage, and the installation of 4 new metal lighting towers set just outside the theater footprint. The original lighting bridge at the center was retained as well. And the photographs at the bottom showed the completed condition of this 1976 renovation. Next. Throughout the following decades, the celebratory nature of the theater remained intact. This photo shows the theater in full festival mode, with large flags ringing the seating bowl and smaller flags suspended from the lighting towers. Next. But by 1999, the Delacorte needed yet another complete renovation. The second overhaul by architects Capel and Costo retained much of the existing steel structure and lighting supports, but it again replaced all of the exterior wood cladding, wood decking, risers, stairs, and stage. And this time, the 1961 seating was also replaced. And the renovation additionally installed new concession areas and production and operation spaces beneath the theater. And again, there were further mechanical, electrical, and plumbing upgrades. This continued the tradition started in the 1970s of renovating the theater while adding upgraded features for theater production and patron use. Next. Very nice to meet you. The existing views on this slide show the current state of the Delacorte. Oh, Rosalind, can you go back one slide? Thanks, missed this one. The existing views on this slide show the current state of the Delacorte after all of the evolution we've just traced. The building needed a complete renovation approximately 15 years after its initial construction, and it needed another one approximately 20 years later. And another 20 plus years have now passed, and we are ready for that next step in the Delacorte's evolution. Next. So in addition to the deteriorating conditions of the exterior walls and decking, there are outdated systems and back of house spaces that are in need of upgrades to address operational safety. Next. To inform the appropriateness of the proposed Delacorte renovation, we looked at other park projects that responded to evolving programmatic needs of an existing facility and that represent a variety of appropriate approaches that successfully integrate contemporary new buildings within a park setting. All of the projects I'll be showing you have received LPC approval at the commission level. So the first example is the Central Park Zoo. The 1934 Amar Embry Zoo is shown on the left, with the 1988 Roche Dinkaloo renovation on the right. This project completely demolished and replaced the main zoo complex west of the Arsenal and new buildings and colonnades were designed in a park-friendly vocabulary of materials and forms. While the extensive demolition of the zoo sets this project apart from the Delacorte Theater project, which is a renovation, several aspects of the zoo project which made it that appropriate are also integral to the design thinking at the Delacorte, including the use of natural materials and modern architectural design to create a cohesive and contextual presence within the park. Next. The ongoing Lasker Pool and Rink renovation in Central Park represents a different approach to the rehabilitation of a mid-century facility as well. The 1963 facility is shown on the left, and the approved 2019 design for the Harlem Mir Center is on the right. This project entirely demolished the existing facility and will revert a large portion of the existing site to landscape. Next. Moving to Prospect Park, the 1961 Molman Memorial Rink was replaced in 2013 by a strikingly modern facility designed by Todd Williams Building 10 Architects. The project completely demolished the existing facility and replaced it with a major modern building, clean, sophisticated, and completely of its time. All of these projects represent evolution and change within the parks on a large scale, and all are successful interventions of what have been found appropriate by LPC. But at the Delacorte, the renovation takes a more conservative approach. And as you'll see in the upcoming design presentation, programmatic and architectural issues will be solved in a new design that reflects both the theater's architectural history and its own time. And Stephen, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. My name is Stephen Chu. I'm a design principal at Ennead Architects, and I'll be walking you through the design proposal. We'll start out with some exterior close-up renderings, and then I'll walk you through accessibility, the plans, and details of the proposal, and we'll follow up with some views of the proposal from a distance around the park. Next. The exterior. The revitalization of the Delacorte is an opportunity to create a more accessible, comfortable, and flexible space that can better welcome visitors and support cultural productions, all while existing in harmony with the surrounding nature of the park. The renovated Delacorte will have a massing that is consistent with the existing theater. Instead of the flat clapboard siding of the existing facade, the proposed cedar wall will be vertically textured with various lengths of smaller scale wood cladding. The wall will play with light and shadow, changing with the sun angle, complementing the natural settings of tree trunks and foliage overhead. Next. The exterior wall will be canted outward slightly from the existing footprint at grade. We're not changing the footprint of the theater. In fact, the steel and the footings of the structure underneath the cladding will be retained and reused. This gives the theater a slightly enhanced presence while giving a bit more space to the seating above to achieve a more accessible layout in the grandstand. A new covered canopy and slightly enlarged bluestone pathway will be increased to facilitate circulation and increase cover at the central approach, which is shown here on the left, the red carpet approach to the ticket box office. Building identification will be metal shop finished letters at the edge of the canopy. There will be permanent signage, the Delacorte Theater, and the rest of the signage on the canopy will be removable. Here you also see a band underneath the wood soffit. Permanent wayfinding is in a discrete channel with fixed letters for box office and gate designation. And then temporary signage is indicated here, which is during season only and removed during off-season periods. Next. Here's a view from the Great Lawn. As you can see, the signage elements start at the canopy and are all below that. Temporary signage is all indicated here with the colorful graphics on the horizontal band. The lighting towers will be rebuilt and replaced in the exact same locations as the existing. They will house banners, which will be seasonal and taken off as well during off-season periods. Next. Here's a view from House Right. The path to Belvedere Castle is on the right side of this view. We've actually removed a tree just in the rendering so you can see a little bit more of the facade behind. The lower right image there shows the actual tree structure. There's a tree right in the middle. The massing here is essentially the same. There's really no difference. The canopy has the same projection that it does in the existing theater now as well. Next. It does get very dark during showtime at the theater, at intermission, and often after the show, it is totally dark sky outside. The minimal lighting that we're proposing is just a slight hint of buff lighting on the texture wood facade. As you recall, the facade is slightly canted, so it will catch the light and play a little bit of texture at the base, but it will not shine light into the sky because of the structure and the angle of the facade. Down lighting to light the pedestrian and theater goers path below will all be in recessed wood in the wood ceiling above, all down lights. There will also be a slight bit of light along a cane rail at the base of the wall, all on the ground surface there. Next. The material palette for the theater will be simple materials: cedar, painted wood, a wood decking, and a zinc canopy. Wood and zinc that we would choose are all durable materials appropriate for exterior use and will age slightly with time. The changes in tones are expected and welcome. Next. So we've got some plans and elevations here. This is a site plan showing all the existing trees that surround the theater. As I stated before, the lighting towers will be in the same spot. The theater footprint will remain the same. There's nothing in the design proposal would create any damage to the existing tree structure or the trees all surrounding existing. Only regular pruning yearly that occurs seasonally. Next. Here you can see an existing ground floor plan on the left and a proposed ground floor plan on the right. As you can see here, we are proposing to expand the bluestone pathway, natural red carpet approach there. There's often a huge crowd that gathers waiting in line. There's a box office right in the center, and this makes a little bit more space for people to move house right or left, avoid the line, and have staff help assist wayfinding and for accessibility. It gets really tight there. If anybody is in a wheelchair and a lot of people are in line, it becomes really a traffic jam. I do want to point out that this is only a proposed path. We are having arborists come and study the critical root structure of the trees to ensure that no damage will be done. If so, and the proposal would be altered to conform to that. Next. Here is a plan of the canopy. Like the path below, we are proposing that the canopy be expanded at that central portion only in order to provide greater cover for the expanded path below. Next. Here you can see these elevations. I just want to point out the one on top is what we call an unwrapped elevation, which means because the theater is of a round form, the elevation is flat, but you would never see the theater in its completeness as such. That I want to point out because you see the repetition of the signage element on the canopy. Although it's repeated 3 times here, in real experience, you really only see them in moments as you walk around and the trees are surrounding. On the left, you can see that the facade is slightly canted out. That facade is flat on the sides. Okay. Accessibility. There's a lot of changes that we made here to improve what is the current condition. Here you can see a plan of the existing Delacorte. There is only accessibility provided at gate 1 via a ramp that brings you to the front row of the theater seating. So it is only accessible from one side of the house and only at the front at the stage. You can also see, I just want to point out quickly, through the renovations of the history of the theater, changes have been made to the seating bowl. And you can see here that there are currently seats. If any of you have been to the theater and seen the productions, you realize that there's always a traffic jam at intermission or at the end of the show. And that's because there are seats in the cross aisle which block you from choosing paths or creating accessible access to any of them. Next. So the proposed plan would clean up those seats out of that cross aisle, create a nice spacious area for circulation and additional locations for wheelchair ADA spots. So you can see here that we are proposing to add 2 new ramps to either side of the theater, providing access to both the front row and to a clear cross aisle on both sides of the house. In addition, that you can see here that by the slight cant that we made on the facade, we have gained a small dimension to add another row of seats. This makes up for some of the lost seats that were taken out of that central aisle and cleaning up the diagram of seating. Back of house, we are also investigating means of both either a permanent ramp or mobile lifts to get access to various points of the stage. And the stage does get built up at different heights so that we're considering how to provide that variability. We are also proposing an elevator to bring ADA accessibility up to the control booth and mixing position out in front of it. Next. Here's a rendering of the existing ramp and the proposed on the right. As you can see here, rebuilding that would get us much more accessibility and to both sides of the theater. I'm going to walk you through some details of the facade and the canopy and the signage. Okay. Here you see the existing signage of the theater has Delacorte Theater permanently affixed as pin letters on the facade clapboard. The temporary signage that you see at various locations and wayfinding change every year. And as there is no design permanent location or home for them, they often appear ad hoc and a bit visually random and messy. We'd like to improve that. Next. There are numerous examples of signage in the park. Many are contemporary elements that are celebratory and integrate with the architecture and structures. Banners are often deployed on lampposts around the park paths. Okay, here you can see some details for the proposed signage. Down below, again, you can see that the Free Shakespeare in the Park, as well as Delacorte Theater, are repeated 3 times on the canopy edge. The only permanent letters there are the Delacorte Theater portion of that. Okay. The numbers for the gates 1, 2, 3, 4 are all embedded in the wood, essentially just recessed wood elements. There's no other material. It is actually embedded into the design of the wood texture. So they are subtle, but they are quite noticeable in seeing the number designation. The green banded areas are all temporary signage locations. So those occur seasonally and are removed off season. And on the left, you can see an elevation of the banner on the lighting position. Okay. These are some examples of seasonal signage that would change yearly in those locations that I just mentioned. The font has been developed by Pentagram with the public and has been part of their specific font designed specifically for them. So that is a certain type face. Next. Here you can see the renderings on the left of seasonal mode of the theater with temporary signage and banners, and on the right, off-season mode, where you see them removed. Okay. Next. Okay, this is an exterior wall section. On the right, I just want to point out the red dashed line is the existing profile of the theater. So the slight cant again occurs, the base and the plan stay the same. By canting out slightly, we afford the ability for another row that is stepped up. As you all know, the theater seating is raked. So there's a step up and that is another 2 feet up higher on the wall. The canopy would retain its elevation at the tall point, and we're giving it a slight lift below. And again, it's going to be all flush wood clapboard. Right now, there's a lot of exposed structure as well as light fixtures in the canopy, which create nesting capability for a lot of wildlife. We want to avoid having that happen. Okay, these are some details showing you the service windows. Those include the box office windows and the concessions. We are proposing to have operable windows set into those openings so that the staff can have more climate control and safety. In the evenings during season, there will be a roll down shutter which you can see in the lower right for security. And off season, we are designing custom plugs that would be inserted in the opening so that again creates a flush wall condition.
I think we may have lost Stephen. Francel, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So just to pick up where Stephen left off, this view shows the lighting towers. There's 6 lighting towers that surround the existing Delacorte Theater. There's 4 that are around the outside perimeter, and there's lighting towers 1 and 2 that flank either side of the stage. And what we're proposing is to make some modifications to the lighting towers, which help with the safety and accessibility for the staff. So on this side, you can see the height of the existing lighting towers. We're proposing to replace them with towers of the same size. The top on the left, you can see that the plan of the towers are round in shape, and also they currently don't fully give coverage to the staff who are putting the lights up, often heavy equipment. So you can see that on the lower plan on the left, it's a slightly enlarged configuration that allows for safer installation and maintenance of the lights up there.
I'm sorry, all folks, I must have gotten cut off.
Okay, so I started on the lighting towers.
I can pick it up from there.
Yep.
I heard. Okay. So for lighting towers 1 and 6, the proposal is to raise them to the height of the existing 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right now they are shorter, as you can see on the left drawing on the existing, just those 2 at stage right and left. And they require extra building every year to get fixtures up to a higher elevation to properly light the stage. Next. Here you can see a rendered view of the existing versus the proposed lighting tower. Okay, the seating. In contrast to the existing monochromatic green seating scheme, the proposal is that the new seats would be a blend of diverse colors which complement the colors of the changing foliage throughout the season. And we're showing you in fall and summer here on the right views. Okay. Finally, let's see, fencing. Fencing that occurs at house right and left to the sides of the theaters, you can see in the diagram on the right plan, is deteriorating and falling apart at many locations. The gates, which are built out of steel, are clad with a fence material right on top of them. Next. Next.
Yep, I think we're on the next slide here.
Oh, okay. So as you can see, the proposed fence would retain the porous nature of the existing one, but at the top portion, 2.5 feet, there's often equipment at the lower base behind the fence, sometimes small temporary structures. So that ends up becoming unsightly. We'd like to keep that a little cleaner. And you can see that the porous fence design would also occur on the gates. The vertical texture would recall the vertical cladding on the theater adjacent. Next. Okay. Am I not reading this, Roz? I'm not seeing any change.
I think it might be a little laggy on your end. We're going to move on to the views here. So I'm on the view from one
Laggy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the following reviews were created to compare existing theater and proposed from various vantage points all around the park. We're going to see west view. As you can see from the lower portion, we are at a lower elevation looking up at the theater. Okay, I'm not seeing this, Ross.
Yep.
Okay.
Next, we're looking at the red carpet approach.
We're
here.
showing you both summer and on the left and then the proposed on the right. Okay, as you can do the existing condition in the mass floor form. Roz, I'm not getting it, so if you could just
okay.
talk, these are just the
this
views
is
as you go
from
around.
the Great Lawn view. So you can see here again, the slight cant in the wall. And again, not a significant change from the existing. This is from a little bit further along on the Great Lawn view. And again, you can see the existing and the proposed. This is from looking across Turtle Pond. So you can see into the bowl here, some of the change of the color of the seating. And then this is from the Belvedere Castle view. So you can see here again, the existing versus the proposed. And that's our presentation. So we'll stop here and happy to answer any questions.
Natasha, you're handling this part?
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. For Q&A, what we'll do is we'll first take questions from the two committees, and we'll kind of alternate between the members of the two committees. So we will start with, maybe we'll start with Barbara, and then we'll go to Michelle or Kay, and then come back to me, and then we'll start going down to the members of each of the committees in an alternating fashion. So Barbara, do you want to take the first question?
Oh, really?
No?
Oh, I have a couple of very small questions, but first I just need to say that this is such a spectacular presentation in my view. I love what you've done here. I think it is so tasteful, so sensitive to the scenic landmark in which it sits. It's attractive, it's understated, but it's still a little bit modernized, and I just love it. I think it's beautiful. So anyway, I wanted to ask, how much does this cost?
Sure. So we're currently working towards a budget of $77 million. And we have about $41 million in city funding and a $1 million grant from Assemblymember Dan O'Donnell. And the rest will be raised privately. Much has already been raised.
Okay, great. I wanted to ask you what the font is that you're using for the public theater. Just curious if you happen to know the name of it.
Sure. So it's a font that was developed, as Stephen mentioned, by a really well renowned and revered artist, Paula Scher, who's a female designer who actually served on the Public Design Commission for a while. And it's a brand that she developed for us, which I believe is called Knockout. And it's what we use for public theater downtown, as well as uptown at Free Shakes around the park.
I like it a lot. And my last question having to do with the vertical members, which are on top of the canopy around the box office, around the whole exterior facade, actually. Does that top part also splay out just a little bit? It appears to, instead of being like the base does. Does it just splay out just slightly? Or not? Or does it just go straight up?
I'll share my screen again. So it has a slight cant to it, but it ends flush here at the top.
Yeah, is it like a bowl or is it
sorry.
just straight up?
Yeah.
Well, so on the other side of this is the seating bowl. So it flares up in one solid sort of piece.
Okay.
And then the other side of this is the seating bowl.
It's very attractive. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Barbara. Michelle or Kay, would one of you like to ask some questions?
Hey, you want to go?
Sure. I have some practical question, and maybe you addressed this, but I didn't hear it. Any sense of the timing of this, both the duration of the project and assuming that the green lights continue to be green, when you propose to start?
Sure. So we're in the middle now of our community board review process, and in the sort of pattern set by Central Park Conservancy, we're visiting all 5 community boards that touch Central Park. And then we expect to be moving towards a landmarks hearing in January. And potentially considering a shovels in the ground date for our first phase of the project in the fall of 2022 after our Shakespeare in the Park season. And we're working to bring on a construction manager now who would help us assess logistics and potential phasing. Our goal is definitely to lose as few performances of Free Shakespeare in the Park as possible, because as painful as it was for all of you to not have Shakespeare in the Park in 2020, it was even more painful for us to not be able to give it to you. So we are trying to decrease that downtime as much as possible.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kay. I had a couple of questions. Of the 37 million, could you just clarify how much of that will be used for like the public facing parts of the project versus, you know, the behind the scenes sort of parts of the project?
Natasha, you're muted.
I don't think I am.
Yep, I could hear the question about the budget breakdown. So I don't have those figures off the top of my head, but I guess I would say that, you know, to some extent, all of this is public facing because we can't produce Free Shakespeare in the Park without all of those spaces. So we consider it all to be a part of the public good. But I can definitely be in touch with the committee with more detailed information on that if that feels useful.
Sure. And is there, like, what happens to the shows during rain or inclement weather? And is there any provision in this proposed renovation for, you know, making the shows kind of go on to whatever extent possible during bad weather?
Sure. So our current policy is that we never cancel a show before showtime. And if it rains, we pause the show and we look at the radar and see if it's going to stop raining in time to complete the show. If there's lightning, we pause the show for safety purposes. But there, as you saw in the design, we're not contemplating any kind of covering or roof structure. We sort of believe that the open air nature of the Delacorte is something that makes it special. So we're not planning to change that. And I've found over the years that people have as many stories of seeing a wonderful full production with no rain as they do of, oh, I got rained on during that great Kevin Kline performance. So it's kind of part of the vibe.
Okay. And just one final question. What's the expected life of the project? Like the first renovation was 50 years and then a few decades after that, and now this one?
Yeah, so we're working as hard as we can to use materials that are durable that we hope will last beyond that sort of 20-year lifespan. But because this is a open air theater, we've learned through our own studies and in conversation with Summer Stage and other outdoor pavilions that being exposed to the elements, you know, does put a limitation on how long these things can be used. But a lot of what you're not seeing today are the improvements to the back of house areas. And by making those watertight and conditioned spaces, we think that it will really increase the longevity of the structure. So we're hoping that an intervention this significant won't be required again in 20 years, and it will be more along the lines of continued maintenance and repair.
I can just add to that, Roz, that in terms of the cladding, which we do want to be wood to be consistent with the existing and the nature around it, we're looking at different options of wood. And also some products are engineered wood that are treated wood that may give more stability, more resistance to insects, as well as a longer lifespan. So we're really looking at all the different variables, as well as how the wood might be sourced. So we're very conscious of that as well. The structure is existing, so we are retaining something that's there, which is the most sustainable thing to do, is to try to keep some of what's there, including the footings for the steel rakers. But again, things need maintenance. The structure itself can last for more decades than it has. It just needs to be maintained.
Thank you.
Sure.
Michelle, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. First, on behalf of the Preservation Committee, our mission is only to review the appropriateness of the proposed changes. And for that reason, we never take into consideration, I'm sorry, I didn't talk to you, to Barbara and Natasha about this before. We never take into consideration the price of the project. That's not part of our mission. It's to review the appropriateness of the proposed changes to the individually designated landmarks, as well as those within the Upper West Side historic districts. So that's where preservation was coming from. So Barbara and Natasha, you can work that out with the Delacorte Theater if you want any dollars and cents information. We don't want it. Thank you.
Well, we do in parks. We want it in parks.
Okay, that's but our job is to review the appropriateness. I just want to clear that up. Yeah, sorry. I do have a question. First, I want to thank you for your changes in the ADA accessibility part. That's as you know, I don't need to tell you, important and more important as we go along. I want to ask you about you said the footprint does not change. Does that mean the height also?
Stephen, do you want to answer that one?
Yeah, so the footprint does not change. And as I showed, the facade is slightly canted from the existing footprint.
Right.
As you can realize, that gives you more plan on the top.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the question was about?
How much higher does that make the structure?
Okay, right. So because the theater seating is raking, which means it's always stepping up, to gain that extra row, we got a little more foot plan up at the top, but we also need to step up for the other extra row. So we asked for another just 2 feet of height.
Okay,
there.
2 feet.
Yeah, 2 feet.
Thank you. And the last issue is, I thought I saw in part of the plan that you're going to have banners outside the theater. Could you tell us why?
Yeah, so
now you did say that other park structures have banners, but I could you tell us why? I'm not so sure it fits in, because everybody knows when they pass it, it's the Delacorte Theater, and it says it on the structure. I don't know. Well, maybe you could just explain to me. It's my ignorance.
Sure. So I think, and Julie and Stephen chime in here, but I think in looking at the history of the site, taking into account that it was initially constructed with a lot of sort of festival elements that hit back to Shakespeare's Globe Theater and other things like that, and that those were all sort of have been peeled away over the years. So from a preservation standpoint, we were sort of looking at how to honor that tradition while also looking at how that is achieved in the contemporary park setting. And through our research, noticed that banners and things like that are the way that that's currently approached.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions, Natasha. Thank you.
Sure. How about Ken?
Okay. I join others in saying this looks really beautiful to me. I have 4 questions. The first one is about the wood. Since we're the Parks and Environment Committee, I just want to make sure that it's going to be sustainably sourced wood. It's not going to be coming from the Amazon.
Yes, that's
yes.
Okay. All right. And do you plan any other more sustainable changes, such as lower energy lighting, or is there any heat in the building? And what would this, if so, what any changes in the source of the heat?
So, Roz, I'll answer that.
Yes, please.
So one thing we are doing is weatherproofing what are considered interior spaces. So underneath the grandstand is program and spaces that are back of house theater dressing rooms and such. So those spaces will be properly to code now, be enclosed, insulated, waterproof, which means that the systems, which are very minor in this theater because there's really a very small amount of interior space to be conditioned, will be much more efficient, and they will be upgraded as well. The life safety systems under there are completely being redone. They're being fully sprinklered, which also does not exist currently in that entire area underneath the seating drum. So in terms of materials, I think that's one of the big opportunities, Ken, as you said, because a lot of what's being built there is the cladding. And so the sourcing of the wood is a big impact in terms of creating a more sustainable design. In terms of systems, as I said, we're upgrading everything. Mechanical systems will be more efficient because it'll be new. The spaces they supply to will also be more tightly enclosed, so that also will decrease the amount of energy needed for them. But essentially, most of this space is exterior, so it is not conditioned and therefore doesn't ever demand those type of input into it.
Okay. And how many, I think you implied that there is going to be some loss of seating. How many seats will be lost?
Roz, do you want, I don't think we have a fixed number yet, Ken, because we're looking at variations of, can we make the seats also more spacious a little bit, because the current seats are a little tight. So that creates more seat loss. We will never get as high as the count that's there now. What we're projecting is maybe up to 50 loss, maybe that, and this is a variable depending on the final layout.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as you know, more and more people are coming to events by bicycle in the city. And one problem in Central Park is a lot of the venues, there's pretty much no bike parking or bike racks. Do you anticipate accommodating cyclists in any way?
That's a great question. Our license agreement limits our footprint to pretty much just the theater itself and that little walkway around it. So we don't really have control over the nearby areas, but I think it's a great question. And Katie is here from Parks, so that's great. So she can help us carry that forward. And we would certainly be in support of that. A lot of our workers and audience members do ride bikes in. So I think it's a good idea.
Great, thank you.
How about Mark Diller from Preservation?
Thanks so much. And a lot of the questions I had penned down have already been answered, so thank you for all of those. I want to go back to the wood issue in a slightly different direction. I'm glad that my colleagues raised the sustainable sourcing of it and so forth. But I think that I didn't hear the words pressure treated, but there was some sort of manufactured or engineered aspect to the wood. I'm assuming first that is applicable both to the cladding and to the fencing. So I say nodding yes. And just a request for sensitivity, that sometimes that engineered wood can look like it's engineered wood. The appropriateness of the design, which I join my colleagues in celebrating, is in part dependent upon the fact that it looks natural. It looks like wood. It looks like something that belongs in a park. And the Conservancy and the Parks Department have done a wonderful job for the last, 30, 40 years now, bringing that back to this wonderful park. So I hope that will be part of what we do. I think that Rosalind just answered the question about my next question, which is that the statues of Prospero and Miranda and of Romeo and Juliet are actually not part of your footprint, and therefore they remain. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I assume that my dream of having a comfort station right there is a pipe dream. Pardon the
Well,
pun.
so there is a comfort station adjacent to the theater, and that will remain. And we are in active dialogue with Central Park Conservancy, who maintains the comfort station, about improving it and increasing the fixture count, which is certainly something our audience members would like, but is also a benefit to anyone who uses the park in that area.
Yeah, you bet. And especially those of us with Y chromosomes have the better of that comfort station. So anything that can be done to facilitate that. And last, I'm glad that you're going to all 5 community boards, but I hope I can be forgiven for saying that the Delacorte Theater is the part of the park that really belongs to the west side. So hopefully we will begin part of that continuing. Thanks.
I do want to respond, Mark, to your comment about the wood and the engineered wood products, and that's exactly why we are researching it more, because the look of it is also extremely important. Pure natural wood is the first option, unless there is something that we find that is sustainable, durable, longer lasting, and looks great. I mean, that's really, and I haven't yet found that yet. Currently, really the variable for that, or the option for the engine, when I say engineered, it's actually treated wood. So it actually is wood that has been treated with something. And that really at the moment is only being considered for the decking, which is the walking surface, not the vertical, and the fencing have to be the same. And currently we imagine it's going to be solid natural wood.
Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks. I'll move on to Susan Schwartz.
Thanks so much, Natasha. So as everyone knows on both committees, I'm an avid bird watcher. So my questions center on Turtle Pond and how long the project will take. Is my first question.
Yep, so we're in the process of determining that now. It will have to do with the phasing of the project. So we don't have an answer to that question yet, but our goal is certainly for it to be as short a duration as possible.
Do you even have an estimate of how long, like 1 year, less than a year?
I'm afraid we don't yet. It will really determine if we phase the project, or if we determine that we're going to close for a season and try to do it sort of in a longer duration, but without the phasing. So we haven't made a decision on that yet, but we would expect that will happen in the coming months as we bring on our construction manager.
Okay, well, my big concern here is that how this will impact Turtle Pond, because there's a fantastic duck blind I go to right behind the theater, and also how this might impact Shakespeare Garden. Because right now the Harlem Mere project was just fantastic. It's impacting bird watching up there. It's going to be going on for a long time. So I just want to find out how long this will impact this and what will happen. But I want to say, I forgot to say, fantastic. Love the work. Gorgeous. Personal friends of Bill Higgins, fantastic, but like, wow. How long will it take?
Great. I think with respect to the Shakespeare Garden, we don't expect there to be any impact there because of its location. And with respect to the Turtle Pond, again, we don't expect there to be any significant impact because the construction is all limited to the existing structure. So it's not sort of the same extent if we're going to demolish the building and rebuild it. So we expect any impact to be minimal.
So the walkway behind the theater, going from the north to the south on the east side of the theater will not be limited? We'll be able to get to the
That's a good question that we can definitely come back to you in the future and answer. We don't know exactly what the logistics path will be. We'll be coordinating that with Central Park Conservancy, but I know exactly the spot you're talking about. It. We can certainly come back to you and with an answer on that when we know.
Thank you so much. The bird watching community is really active, and I'm an active member of that, as my friends know. So we'd love to make sure that we can still access Turtle Pond from that venue. Thank you.
So I don't see any other hands up from the Parks Committee. So I'll just go through the people who've raised their hands from the Preservation Committee in the order that I see them on my screen. So it'll be Peter, then Clary, and then Paige. And Madge, I think your hand is also raised. So we'll start with Peter and then we'll get to you. Thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
First, I want to compliment the architects. I think it's a very sensitive presentation. In some ways, I would call both committees to look at the Kusavitsky Hall up at Tanglewood, designed by Eero Saarinen some 75 years ago. In many ways, there's a great similarity between these two buildings. And the wonderful thing about Saarinen's design in Tanglewood is that the building itself recedes very much. It really doesn't make as much of a statement as it sort of encapsulates the audience and opens up to the site quite a bit. And I think INEAD is attempting to do somewhat of the same thing, although this is a much smaller project, but it's a very important one because it's right in the heart of the city. So the only question I have that's I think critical is noise abatement. When construction goes on here, there's going to be a lot of noise right in the middle of Central Park. And I would hope that there are efforts made to reduce the noise as much as possible and have construction occur maybe not in the middle of the summer, but at other months when there aren't so many users of the park. That's my main comment.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate that. And it's definitely our hope too that the bulk of the construction will occur during the late fall, winter period, because that's when we don't produce. And our goal is to be able to produce in the theater as much as possible. And we'll certainly be adhering to all of the guidelines that CPC and others have about quiet times and appropriate timing for construction to try to limit any disruption that our neighbors may experience.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Sampton, for the compliment as well. I know your work well, and that's a big statement for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, you're up.
Did you call on me?
Yeah, go ahead, Clary.
Okay, it's more comments than questions, although there may be some responses, so I'd like to give them now if I could. I also think this is a wonderful project. It's needed. It's mostly great, but I don't share the gushing approbation that some of my colleagues have expressed. Here are my concerns, and maybe you've got some responses to them. Number one, the goal in anything in Central Park, a scenic landmark, beloved scenic landmark, should be the least intrusion with the pastoral experience of being in the park and out of the city. And I think that the very large, aggressive, permanent signage that says Free Shakespeare in the Park is way more in your face and intrusive than it needs to be. People know how to find this theater. I am very troubled by the very large aggressive writing that I think is unnecessary and inconsistent with the goal of what we're looking for in Central Park. Beyond that, with regard to the writing, the Free Shakespeare in the Park is false and offensive and unnecessary. It's my own experience is I'm constantly getting emails asking me to pay several $100s for tickets to these productions, where on the other hand, every time my husband and I have entered into the lottery for free tickets, we don't get them. I'm not asking you what percentage of tickets are not free, but are paid for in one way or another, rather large amounts. But I think it is just plain false to call it Free Shakespeare in the Park, and there's no reason to say so, to say that on the facade of the theater. That's a very specific thing in addition to my concern about the overly aggressive letters. The final thing is, I have a problem with the colors of the seating. I understand your theory that they show the colors of the leaves of the trees throughout the summer and fall season. However, the Shakespeare in the Park is a joyous summertime activity. We hope we'll be there without rain, and we're doing whatever we can about the helicopters, but it's a summertime activity. And I look at those colors, and to me, they're saying, "Ugh, summer's over, fall is here. This is depressing." I do not think the seating should be orange and brown, and I personally think that joyous summer experience would be better enhanced minus those fall colors, either with a couple of colors of green. There may be other possibilities, but for the reasons I've just said, I do not find this design to be fully appropriate to the scenic landmark.
Well, we appreciate your feedback. So thank you for sharing it. And as I mentioned, we're still in design development now. So feedback is at this point is very helpful.
Good.
Thank you. Paige, then Madge, and then Jay.
Thank you. First of all, you folks should know that I had another opportunity to view this project at Landmark West. We were, many of us had I guess we might have been your inaugural presentation. For the benefit of the committee, I do share some of the same concerns of my colleague there on parks, in that I think there's some very admirable design decisions made, and obviously it needs to be renovated. But the ones that I would add to Clary's comments is the cantilevered or the slanted facade. You're concerned about infestation and birds and nesting, et cetera, and yet you've created a cavity on the inside of the building, which is open. And I think it's, people are going to drop garbage down there or lose a jacket, their baseball cap, I don't know, their homework in the summer. And I think the vertical, and to keep it very tight. I mean, you've got a great design, you've got great materials, but I wouldn't mess with the overall shape. If you look at Regent's Park, Tanglewood, the Globe Theater, they're all very simple wood frame structures that look perfectly passive in the landscape. So one, I'm sticking to my guns about the comment about keeping it vertical and keeping it simple. I too agree with Clary about the multicolored seating. I think that's not appropriate here in the park when the park is empty or when this theater is not open in the wintertime. It looks, it's a distraction. The other issue is also with Clary, you heard my comments before about the excessively large signage all across the front of the building. I mean, people, if it's still going to stay the same where you come in the morning to queue up to try to get a ticket and then you come back in the evening to participate, I don't see why you need so much signage. If anything, you need a few benches there so you can sit and meet and talk to people, maybe even host outdoor presentations with some of the actors and people who are actually building the sets and doing the lighting design. So I think less is more. I think New Yorkers know where the theater is. And I think just creating a safer and more flexible platform for the actors and the staging is what this is all about. Not necessarily comfort for the, obviously you want to sit comfortably, but I think you're moving in the wrong direction. I think it's too fussy, and simplify the design and keep it something that is very suitable and quiet in Central Park when it's not active. Thank you.
Thanks, Paige. Really appreciate your feedback. I wanted just to, you brought up a good question, and I thought maybe we could just clarify one thing. I think you were mentioning about the creation of a cavity of some sort. So I thought bringing up this section might be helpful.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is what you were referring to.
No, absolutely. On the right, where the little man is below your below the
Yeah.
canopy, you have the structure, which is made of steel or whatever you have, the framing in there, and you have a dotted line.
Oh, so
That
sorry.
wall, it's not where the canopy is, it's the vertical element where you have the sloping wall.
There's no cavity in there. I'm not
So this is
sure.
Here,
That's
I can't point, I don't have a pointer, but is there a wall that's going behind all of the seating going up?
no, that's the structure holding up. You mean that wall?
No. That I understand. And that is covered where you have the last seat. You've created another row. But
Yes.
below that, you have the structure,
Yes.
which is also the back of house. Is my recollection when I volunteered there years ago, you had the production, costumes,
Right.
all that below. Is
Correct.
that structure open to the?
Yes, it's all open under there, except for the rooms underneath.
Because I would worry that that is potentially an accident waiting to happen of stuffing things down there. I don't think.
No,
I think
that's,
the wall
I'm
should
sorry.
be up.
Yeah, there's no wall there. It's all structure that you're seeing behind that. That's all open structure, and it is the existing condition and will remain an open truss structure. So there's
Okay.
air all around it. There's no enclosure there. That's just a
Okay.
vertical structural member there that you're seeing in the drawing.
All right, I wasn't clear because the way you've added it and canted the wall out looked to me like you were creating more space
Oh,
than need be.
no.
Well, no, thank you, Paige. That's good because we always find, if you have that question, probably other people do too. So that's an improvement we can make on this presentation. So thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Madge had her hand up, and then after Madge, Jay. Madge, I think you're muted. You're still muted. Oh, okay. Let's try to go to Jay, Adolph, and then we'll come back to Madge.
Okay. I assume I'm unmuted. I had a couple of questions earlier that have been answered. My concern in the initial presentation was what seemed to me the limited lifespan. Sorry. Anyway, I was concerned about the limited, from a construction point of view, the limited lifespan of these major renovations, but that's been discussed and you've answered it, and hopefully this project will have a longer lifespan. Since I thought we were in questions, but we seem to have morphed into comments, so I'll just make my quick comments. I agree with Clary and with Paige's second on the multicolored seats. When I looked at the rendering, it reminded me of the different color seats in the subway, and it just turned me off. But I agree. I think an appropriate color that evokes the season is much more appropriate than the multicolored seats. And I agree with Clary about the signage. I think it was a good point. It didn't occur to me about the possible unintentional misrepresentation, but in light of the way the tickets sales and lotteries are conducted, I don't think it's appropriate, and I think it's a bit excessive. And that's my comments.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Madge, are you able to? Okay. Okay, I guess Madge, if you can type your question in the chat, we'll take it. But I don't see any other questions from any committee members, so maybe we'll go to the attendees. And there is Marvin Davis. I've never done this before. Mark, do you know, should I just allow him to talk? Is that how it works?
I just promoted him to panelist, so you should be able to unmute.
Are there any non-committee board members? Because if there
Oh, I'm
are,
sorry.
I think you should call on them.
I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. Are there any non-committee board members with their hands up? I don't see anybody in my list.
Good.
Mark is also shaking his head, so I don't think there's anybody. So was it Marvin?
I have nothing at this time. I'm here for a different issue, but I would add, I love Shakespeare in the Park, and I found that I've gone there on numerous occasions when I was younger and willing to wait online for free. That's all I've got.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we're done with all the questions from the committees, the non-committee members, the attendees. So I'm going to hand it back to Barbara.
Okay, so Natasha and I actually got a copy of the presentation last night, and we drafted a resolution, which I was going to show you, but there are some comments. I think it probably would be best to just circulate it to the committee members, but I'd like to propose a resolution in concept to approve this project. Any comments about that from anybody on the committee?
I second it.
I agree, I second.
Second.
Okay.
I'll fourth it.
Thank you. So we'll take two votes. So the first is with Parks and Environment people. All those in favor?
I'm pretty sure that you take one vote of the combined committees.
That's
Barbara.
what you
Wait,
do.
is that right? Oh,
Yes.
okay, then all committee members, that makes it easier. All committee members in favor of the project?
I'm raising my physical hand.
Oh, okay, 9, okay. Anybody opposed?
So that's 10 with Natasha's hand.
I thought it was 9 with Natasha. Okay, got it.
I had 9 mechanical hands. Now I have 10 mechanical hands plus Natasha.
Okay,
I may have, I intended to vote no, and it might have registered as a yes prematurely.
Okay, you're back to 9 plus 1 is 10.
okay. All those opposed? Hands down.
Hang
please.
on 1 second. I'll take the hands down.
Okay,
Okay, you're all set.
okay. Anybody opposed?
Yes.
2 noes? Any abstentions? Please lower your hands, Clary and Paige.
But somebody else does that, but okay.
Anybody abstaining? 2 abstentions, and anybody not voting for cause? No, okay, so the vote is 10-2-2-0. And thank you very, very much for coming tonight. It's a great presentation.
So Barbara, we'll see the resolution because I think Preservation might want to add a few recommendations.
Absolutely. We will send it to you this evening and you can distribute it as you wish.
Thank you.
Sure, of course.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, Barbara. Sorry
Thanks
for
very
this
much.
terrible connection. That I
It
apologize
happens.
It
for
was
that.
fine. It was great.
Okay.
And, okay, we're gonna take off now.
Or
And thank you
stay.
to Daniela for doing the minutes for this part.
Just a reminder, if you're here for the rest of the Preservation Committee, don't go anywhere. We have more work to do.
Somebody just said
Hey,
in the
can you hear
chat,
me
there's
now?
a member of the public.
They didn't raise their hand, Ken, so.
Oh, okay, okay.
So shall we
Mark,
Can you
continue?
hear me now?
Yes.
Oh.
You can
What
hear
are we
me?
doing?
Now we can.
Magic.
Anyway,
I don't know
All
what's
right.
happening now. Yeah. You want to go over our guidelines, Kay?
Yeah, sure. In brief, and we've got a lot to do, so we're going to
Yeah.
try to be efficient in all of your time. And again, thanks to those who are here for the combined meeting with Parks. But we have other important projects here. We want to give them our attention. And so, in brief, our job here is to determine the best we can the appropriateness of the proposed projects. And then our role with the Landmarks Preservation Committee is advisory. We tell them what we think and they nod and smile and often take our points quite seriously, but they're not compelled to do so. That's it in a nutshell. We're trying to determine appropriateness either to individual landmarks or to the historic district where the buildings or other features are located.
If I may, Jay is going to take minutes. Thank you very much. And
did I have a
we'll-
choice?
No.
well, your name starts with A, so you
Yeah.
don't.
So
Well, thanks to
I-
Barbara, we're doing everything, we're doing minutes by alphabetically, so.
Just as
We'll have
long
a-
as you, Michelle, as long
Yeah.
as you mentioned it, just let me ask all the applicants to please, before they start their presentations, to give me the names as clearly as possible of those who are presenting so I can put them accurately into the minutes. Thanks.
Okay, and we also got some sort of a sign-up sheet. I saw one email in case there's some spelling issues. We can follow up with that.
If I'm confused or didn't hear, I'll chime in.
All right, so the applicants will make their presentation and committee members can ask questions during the presentation. Then we'll ask the public if they have questions, then the committee will reconvene to draw up a resolution during their discussion briefly. Okay, so the first one is 23 West 83rd Street. This is an application to replace a single aluminum 1/1 double hung window with an in-swing casement window with a meeting rail to emulate the 1/1 configuration. Okay. So-
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Michelle,
My name
I'm
is-
assuming that the applicant is going to share their screen. I have them if you want me to bring them up, but let me know what you want with that, okay?
Yeah, I guess they'll tell us.
Yes, I'll share my screen.
Okay, great.
Okay. Okay, everyone can see that?
Yes.
So I'm getting an echo here in my audio. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Yeah, we're hearing the echo though. You have
Hmm.
something else, some other audio?
I don't.
Tell you what, unshare your screen for a second and I'll see if I can fix it.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it.
Go ahead.
Okay, is it better? Yeah.
No, if you could unshare your screen for a moment, I can look through the participants and see what's going on. Because it's
Okay.
only from your source where we're getting the echo. We don't
Yeah.
get an echo when I speak. We only get an echo when you speak.
Yeah.
So keep talking so I can try to find the person who's doing this.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the only audio that I have. Let me try.
All right, try it now.
Okay, any better?
Sorry. All right, I did my best. We're just stuck with it. Go ahead.
Okay, so well, this will be a short and brief one, but I apologize about that. Okay. So here are the drawing set for the proposed window replacement at 23 West 83rd Street, apartment 4. And what we are doing is removing a single 1/1 double hung metal window and replacing it with a kit and swing casement pivot window with a simulated meeting rail. On this page here, we have the 1940s historic tax photo. There are 2 images, and the window in question is right here on the upper corner of the 4th floor. And as you can see in this tax photo, the window is not fully visible, especially on the bottom half. These are multiple photo angles from various views of the window. Starting in the upper left, this is from the east side of 83rd Street, and it's hidden behind, which is not visible. As we move over from the south side of 83rd Street, we can only see the upper portion of the window. The full window is not visible from any public thoroughfare. And as you go around in each photo where you could see it's highlighted or circled, only a portion of the window is actually visible. The lower right picture is just a photo from that small terrace of just the existing sill of that window for the record, and a closer view of the existing wood brick mold. Here is the elevation of the existing 1/1 metal window, an interior photo of it. And below is the proposed in-swing casement window with the horizontal simulated meeting rail. So from a perspective from the exterior view, it still gives the appearance of a 1/1 double hung window. The only change is the operation or functionality of the window. There's another enlarged photo from the street showing that the full window is not visible. This is a installation detail. This is the vertical view. And this again is the existing window. And note on our proposed window, we have the simulated meeting rail. And we are going to keep the existing wood brick mold intact that won't be disturbed. So that will remain to keep the historic look and preservation. And lastly, this is just the horizontal detail, same thing, showing our installation method. We're going to be leaving the original wood frame intact, installing and anchoring to that frame, and leaving the exterior wood brick mold exposed. So that is all I have, and I apologize about the audio, but if you have any questions, maybe I could answer it or type them.
Any questions, anybody?
I have one question. Are there any other windows in the building that will be like yours? In terms of operation?
In terms of operation, not that we're aware of. We believe this is the first of its kind.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Looks like Clary and Paige have questions.
My question is, what is the reason to go with the casement looking like double hung as opposed to replacing double hung?
Sure. So for that exterior terrace, which they have as a garden area, the purpose of changing to the casement window is to make easier access to get to their plants and exterior items on the balcony. It's just much more practical to get in and out and to reach as opposed to kind of sneaking underneath that bottom sash.
Paige?
You're muted.
Thank
Paige.
you. Yeah, I'm here. Well, Clary opened the door to that issue, and I was curious, but now because it is to be a habitable space on that very low parapet wall at the bay window, are you then going to envision putting fencing up or something to protect people from falling off that area? Or is it?
That would be something outside of our scope. We're strictly involved in the window replacement. The owner, I believe, might be doing another project to get fencing in, but that's something above and beyond our scope of work.
You understand, it goes to the children's book. If you give a mouse a cookie, he'll want a glass of milk. So I think I'm kind of dubious about this because I think it's opening up a can of worms, literally, if it is a garden, about safety. And I'm not sure that I feel comfortable voting for something that could be a hazard. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions? Are there people from the public who are here to talk about this project? No?
There's one person on the phone. I don't know who it is. If you hit *6, if you hit *9, you can raise your hand. And you hit *6, you can unmute.
Or whichever project you're here for. Okay. Are there other comments or reactions to the project? Mark?
Thanks. I'm not troubled by the door aspect of it, although because we do that sort of thing even when they actually replace it with an actual door. But I understand the point about going down the, I was about to say garden path, wasn't I? No, we're not going to say that. We're going down the path of creating this outdoor space that will then require a railing, which would be visible and would be right there on the street. So I kind of am concerned about the project that isn't being presented rather than the project I am. I'm not sure what to do about that because I don't object to the actual application being made. I guess you have to vote on the application that's in front of you. But maybe the resolution, if it is one to approve, can say, but under no circumstances should there be a railing that interrupts the historic fabric. And one of the reasons why I'm thinking that so is because this window is visible, but barely so. So it really is the prospect that someone's going to take that nice rounded bay and turn it into something that we don't want. I'm sorry, I'm not more helpful.
But one thing to point out is that the neighboring building does have a railing on their small terrace next to it. And I believe the owner's intention was to do something similar, but I'm not sure because again, it's out of our scope.
Well, I assume if they are gonna want to do that, won't that come to us?
Yes, exactly. They'll have to come back.
As a
So any
separate
concerns?
Can't hear them.
Is there any way in which that could be approved at staff level without coming back to us?
Not that, I don't believe so, Mark.
I wouldn't think so either, but funny things happen.
Well, but it would require it not to be visible, and it will be visible.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Jay, did you have a question or thought?
No, I was just going to say that I echo what Mark said, that we really need to deal with this specific application. And I was going to add to that, that if at some point there's a proposal to put some other sort of structure, fence, whatever, they're going to have to come back anyway for approval, and it will come before us again for review.
Should we say that in our resolution?
Sure. I
Not
mean,
at all.
We could, I would, Michelle, put it in the preamble to the resolution and one of the whereas, and, you know, indicate that we're concerned, but we're relying on the fact that anything further would have to come back before the committee for review.
I could live with that. Clary, could you?
Or Paige.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't actually addressed this issue. I think it's not any of our business, really.
Yeah.
My understanding is the window replacement, I believe, does not require DOB approval. They don't have to go to DOB. They can leave their terrace as it is and do nothing. And I think it's not our business. I hope nobody falls off, but it's not our business.
I agree with Clary, and if it becomes our business with another proposal, so be it.
As long as I'm unmuted, I would say I am, although I don't love the idea of changing a double hung to a casement, I am prepared to vote yes on this. And if I can just make one more comment, hey, I'm newly new to this committee, although I spent a lot of time and work on it in the past. And this is a very small example, but the previous one was a very big example of taking a vote and then going and writing your resolution afterwards. And I mean, we've seen, particularly with the Transportation Committee, what problems that has raised lots of times of what did anybody really mean to say and what came out of the meeting when people see the final resolution as proposed to the full board like the day before. So I think it's much better when we can, to know what we're saying, what we're planning to say, as opposed to saying to let's vote now and somebody's going to go write it. So that's my introduction to saying I think we should be silent about the whole terrace railing thing and just yes or no on the window.
Well, I have an observation on that, if I may, Michelle. Clark, we always try as much as we can when we propose the resolution to propose the wording of the resolution that in fact will be it. That's why I suggested we could put it in a preamble as to some fact that was considered, but it's not part of the resolution. I believe in this case would be to simply approve the application.
Well, okay, I hear you, Jay. In this case, I wouldn't put that issue in the in a preamble either.
Okay,
but
well,
whatever.
I mean,
Can I just clarify my
think it's
position?
necessary.
And
I just
then
want to clarify
let's
something.
vote on this resolution because this is the first of.
I know, just
shorter
very
one.
quickly, the issue is those bay windows were never designed to be terraces. And the question is, we want those bay windows now to be interpreted as outdoor space for gardens. I don't think so. So I'm going to vote no, because I don't think the purpose of the bay window is for houseplants or greenery at that level.
All right, so
Say no more.
thank you. I'm going to take a vote on the resolution to approve as presented without the preamble addition about the future. And I'm going to call it by name. So Mark, what's your vote?
I'm going to approve.
Okay, Jay,
Not happily.
Yes.
Paige? Paige, your vote?
She's a no.
Susan?
No.
Madge?
Yes.
Clary?
Yes.
Josh?
Yes.
Peter?
No.
I'm a yes. And Kay?
Yes.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1, 2, 3, 7 to 3. Oh, that's everybody, so 0, 0. Are there any non-committee members here? Non-committee board members? Everybody left?
No, I don't see any.
Okay, so 7 to 3 to 0 to 0. Thank you very much.
Are you calendar to go to LPC? Ryan,
Yes, we are.
What date?
what's the date?
January 11th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See you then.
Okay. Next application is 256 West 88th Street for rooftop and rear yard additions. Who's making the presentation? Please. Oh, hi. Jay, you have that?
I have it on the screen. It's fine.
Okay, great. Okay. Ready for you, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jackie Puduvallin. I'm the preservation consultant on this project. Can everyone see and hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. Thank you. So, all right. So thank you for hearing our application this evening. We appreciate your time. I'm here tonight with Chris Menzuso of Grasso Menzuso Architects and Asaf Dror, who is the building owner. This project is 256 West 88th Street, a Renaissance Revival style row house built in 1884. It is part of a row that spans from 254 to 262 West 88th Street and stands on the south side of the street between Broadway and West End Avenue. The proposal you're seeing tonight is for the installation of a rooftop addition and a rear addition, excavation at the cellar underneath the proposed addition, and the installation of a balcony and a metal deck and stair at the rear. And just to explain some brief background on this building, in 1911, the stoop was removed at the front facade, as well as the basement and parlor floors front facade, and a commercial extension was built. The owner of the building is going to be filing a separate application with LPC for a staff level permit to do restorative work at the front facade.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. How do I don't have control of the screen. Am I able to advance the slides, or is someone else doing that?
Can you do it, Mark?
I can. You should be able to, because you're. So, have you done this before? I guess what I'm asking.
Yes, and I thought I would. Oh no, I thought I was doing it.
So if it's not
okay,
here it comes.
Okay, my apologies. I thought I had it set up correctly and I didn't. Okay, are you seeing this first page of my presentation? I apologize. Everyone sees it?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, thank you for bearing with me. Let me go back to that and just show you where our little building is. Everyone, I'm sure, knows this building. I think it's kind of well known in the neighborhood. So I just want to show you some streetscape photos to start. Here's the house's location on the south side of West 88th, closer to Broadway. And here we're looking to the east and west, looking down the street. Here's across the street, looking to the east and west at that fantastic synagogue. And just some brief background on the building. Here's the earliest photo I could find of the building, which is the 1930s tax photo with that commercial extension that I described already installed. Here, the center building, you're looking at it in the 1980s tax photo, and the 1989 LPC designation photo is on the right. So to begin, we'll start by talking about the roof proposal. This is the existing condition of the roof. Really nothing up there except some flues. Here are the roof plans. So at the top, you're looking at the existing roof plan. In the middle, you're looking at the proposed roof plan, where you can see the one-story addition, railings, and pavers. And at the bottom, you're seeing the top, the roof of the addition, where there'll be the AC units installed, as well as skylights and a perimeter fence. Here's the existing roof section, and below it is the proposed roof section for comparison. The addition will be 10 feet 4 inches tall. to just give you some context photos, here's what the roofscape looks like next to our building. Just to the west of 256, which is over here with the red dot, you see the three adjacent houses to the west, which have this, I think, almost continuous one-story rooftop addition, which was incidentally approved by the Landmarks Commission in the 90s, I believe. But we've been told it was approved by Landmarks. There is no rooftop addition on the building to the east, which is number 254. These are just photographs of the mock-up that was constructed. This mock-up also includes the railing at the roof of the addition, as well as the AC units beyond and all the necessary railings. These visibility photos just document that the mock-up is indeed not visible from the street, so no portion of this work at the roof will be visible from any public thoroughfare. And here is the existing rear facade as we move on to the work at the back of the building. The house has an existing 2-story L that spans half the width of the house, obviously, at the basement and parlor floors. The photo on the upper right corner shows you how what the top floor rear facade looks like. And the photo in the bottom right corner shows the doorway that's currently at the second floor leading out onto the top of the L. It's just hard to get all of that into one photograph standing in this backyard, so that's why we have separate component photographs. And here's the proposed rear addition. It's a full width addition that also adds 1 floor on top of it, on top of the existing volume. So it would be in total a 3-story rear addition that squares out the existing L. It will feature large openings with pairs of sliding glass doors at the basement and parlor floors. Sliding glass doors will also be installed at the second floor within smaller openings. A metal deck with stairs is proposed at the parlor floor, and a balcony is proposed at the second floor. At the third floor, the sill will be dropped and a pair of sliding glass doors installed at the arched opening in order to access a patio on top of the addition. And here's the existing and proposed elevation and context of the neighboring buildings. So on the left, you're looking at the existing building, which is at the center. And to the right, you're looking at the proposed with its neighbors to the east and west next to it. And you'll note that at number 258, which is the house just next to it, to the west, that building already has a 3-story rear addition, which we're pretty much matching in volume with this proposal. Here's an axonometric view that shows the additional volumes in gray. The red dotted line is to try to make more clear for you the portion of rear addition that will be added space. It's sometimes axons can be difficult to read, especially for incorporating shading. But that red dotted space is to indicate volume that is not present, that is being added within that overall gray space. You also see the deck and stair, the balcony, a railing on top of the proposed 3-story addition, and of course the rooftop addition with its railings, the railings on top of it, and the AC units. 15. Now, just to give you some more context, documenting conditions within the interior of the block, here's a photo of that block interior showing where there are existing additions at the neighboring houses within the row. We'd ask you to note that each of these 3 houses to the west have rear additions. One of them is 3 stories, as noted here at 258, and one of them is actually a 4-story addition at 262. And just some more photos to show you what the adjacent rear yards look like and what those additions at the neighboring houses look like as well. So again, over here is our building, 256, and these are the sizable additions of the neighboring houses. These historic maps are to show us how the block has changed over time. You'll note that 256, which is highlighted in red in each of these maps, 256 and the other houses in this row were surrounded by much taller buildings by the turn of the 20th century. So this block was never characterized by just row houses, and never had a pristine donut like other blocks within the area or nearby historic districts where you had a block that was characterized by a perimeter of row houses. Here's the existing block plan, which shows the heights of those additions I just described, as well as other structures that are built at the lots of the neighboring row houses. So again, at number 262 over here, you have a 4-story addition. At 260, you have a 1-story with another 1-story, a separate 1-story extension next to it. At number 258, you have a 3-story addition, and this is our subject building here. So here's the proposed block plan showing that 3-story addition within the same plane as the neighboring house's addition, and the proposed 1-story addition on the roof. And here's just a building section where you can see the outline of the existing volume of the house is outlined in the red dotted line. You can also see the proposed rooftop addition, which incidentally is set back 23 feet from the front facade to help make it not visible from the street. And here I would also point out, this is where the excavation would be, which would be limited to just underneath the new portion of the rear addition. No underpinning would be required. This is the where that metal deck is going, and a new fence in the backyard, which would be a 6-foot tall wood fence. I'm just explaining what's in this drawing, even though that's really staff level work. And just to show you that cellar excavation, this is the existing cellar, proposed cellar with the additional space excavated. And just to show you the changes at the rear yard, where you'd have a new paved area with perimeter planting bed, and the rear yard again. And that's really it. So I'm going to go back to this and ask if you could offer any questions or comments. We'd appreciate it.
It would be great if you could take down the share screen now so that we could have our conversation.
Of course, sorry. Stop share. Okay.
Great.
Okay. Question. Can I ask a question?
I think you just did. Yes.
Okay. Why? It looks like the penthouse is only there to allow the stair to go up to the roof. Is that correct?
No, there's actually a room there as well. It's not just a stair bulkhead, if that's what you mean.
There's a room up there as well, because the section doesn't seem to show that.
You could see it in the plan.
Can you?
Can I share screen again and go back to the roof
Yeah,
plan?
let's see the plan.
Okay. You'd think I would know how to use Zoom by now, everyone. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay. All right, let me try to zoom in.
I would, Jackie, sorry to interject. I would actually
Yeah,
go to the plans,
please.
to the actual building plans.
Yeah,
Hi, my name is Asaf. I'm the owner. How are you? I would actually go down to the actual building plans. That would show them more of what the room looks like.
You mean the plans in the appendix?
Yes.
Okay.
I see the room.
Okay, zoom in on this.
There's a plus sign. You see it on top? On top, Jackie. More on top. There's a plus sign. You see the plus sign?
Keep going up.
Up, Jackie.
A little bit more.
No, I don't see a plus sign.
Right
If you
above.
go- Jackie, if you go to view, there'll be a
Yes.
full screen. Click on view, and then there's full screen mode, and then make the whole thing bigger.
To the left, Jackie, to the left. All the way to the left.
Top
Up
left.
to the left.
It's in the
You know what?
margin.
I don't. I am not seeing it. I'm sorry, everybody.
Then please
Someone
stop
else want to
sharing.
take over?
Jackie, please stop sharing and I'll do it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you,
you.
Mark. You're muted, Mark.
It's okay. You don't have to make it bigger. I can see it.
Okay, should we go back to the,
Yeah, let's zip right along.
go back to the gallery?
Yes,
Nikki?
thank you.
There we go. Okay, so Michelle, you want to?
I'll wait till, I'll speak
Okay.
after Clary and Paige, if that's
Okay.
okay.
Then Clary?
Sure. I have a couple questions about the yard where the trees are being removed and we're getting the bluestone, or you were proposing the bluestone pavers. First, am I right that this full width extension goes, or you tell me, to pretty close to exactly 30 feet from the rear lot line? Is that right, that it's?
I don't remember the exact dimension. Can the architect answer
But
that?
is it
Or
intended to be 30, basically leave a 30-foot, required 30-foot?
Oh, yes.
We can put the
Yes.
drawings up. I can give
Okay.
you the exact dimension.
Well, if you want to show that, but I'm not concerned whether it's 2911 or 30, point whatever, but so you've got the required 30-foot yard. My first is, I guess it's a question. I am not enough of an expert to know whether the platform that intrudes in that 30 feet and the stair that goes down from the platform is permissible within the 30-foot clear rear yard or not. Maybe somebody else has the answer to that. It's kind of looks to me awfully intrusive within what is supposed to be 30 feet clear unbuilt space, but it may well be permissible. So that's kind of a question. Let me pose my other one and you can answer all at once if you choose to. The bluestone pavers, how are they set? Are they set in actually the term mud is confusing here because that means some kind of cementitious substrate. How are the bluestone pavers set?
They're set with cement.
Okay, so my concern then, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, is you're going from a rear yard that has somewhat more space because the existing extension is not side to side full, but it has two large trees or two spaces that are permeable because they got trees, and taking those away and fully planting the yard with impermeable bluestone set in concrete. And that is a real negative ecologically. That concerns me about this design. And then just to get back to what I said a moment ago, so does the intrusive platform and staircase.
So the staircase and platform you're referring to is permissible by the DOB, and in fact, the next door neighbor has it, Clary.
Okay,
So
as I said, I'm not an expert on that.
Yeah, the next door neighbor has that, so that's permissible. It has nothing to do with a 30-foot setback.
Okay.
That's one. And if you notice, the next door neighbor to us, who has that full extension, 3-story width, has that as well. with regards to the permeability of the backyard, we are going to be leaving on the borderlines. What we do is we have planting beds around the perimeter of the backyard.
Yeah, I
So
saw
it's
that.
not going to be fully bluestoned, Larry.
If I could just follow up, and then I'm obviously turn to other people. Have you considered in some way leaving some trees, some trees?
That big tree is going to be very intrusive to the backyard. I am a very big proponent of trees. I love trees. The last thing I want to do is cut them. I live here in Long Island, and we are very precautious with our trees here. This particular tree is right in the middle of the yard, and it's very intrusive. I think we're going to have to cut it, Clary.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Paige?
Just quickly, on that setback thing, my understanding, Mr. Architect, is that as long as doesn't meet the ground, it's not a permanent addition, but it's acting as a balcony with a staircase, then it can protrude into the 30-foot dimension. So I think you're clear there. I'm sad about the tree because I think it's a very awkward alleyway between those. I think it's 4 houses. I haven't been back there. I'm just happy that it's being restored, to be honest, rather than the hardware store that it was, or storage facility. So bravo. But I think it's so intimate behind there that maybe the tree should be considered. I'm with Clary to keep trees wherever you can, because it will give you some privacy, at least in the summertime, and shade, because it's going to be very hot behind there because of all the masonry structures environmentally. So maybe you'll reconsider. Those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Paige.
Thank you.
Mark?
Thanks. Some of what I wanted to say has already been said again, so my expert colleagues beat me to it, and that's great. I will add to what Clary and Paige said about the trees, that it's not just privacy and not just ecological concerns, although I agree with both of those points. I think that backyard trees, especially mature trees, are a part of the character of our rear yards, and that's part of what we're assessing from a preservation standpoint. So I think that is a concern that leads me to have a deep problem with that part of the backyard plan. My colleagues on the board will actually be able to say this for me, but anytime you've got a blank stucco wall on top of an historic building with no fenestration, you're not going to get my vote. I don't know what the front looks like, but I'm assuming that it's not that different than the back. Also, I'm concerned about the addition on the roof having a 10-foot 4-inch ceiling height, which I understand and that's kind of excessive. But I think mostly my concern here is that the front facade of this building needs an enormous amount of work and attention, and that the idea that we are being asked to add bulk to the back of this building and to the top of this building in a way that kind of starts to diminish the core of it without taking care of the front is out of sequence. I think at best, the best thing would be to do it all at once. But the front of this building, which faces the public, is in sad need of attention, and I think this should be one project, and so I can't take it apart and approve those parts of it. And my final point is that, again, my knee-jerk reaction is that historic rear yards of townhouses shouldn't have Juliet balconies. Thanks.
All right, I think you have an answer from Jackie, right?
Yes, I just
that.
want to reply to Mark and say that, yes, indeed, the owner does intend to, as all one component of this project, to restore the front facade. That application just hasn't been filed with the Landmarks Commission yet because the architect is still working on the drawings. We're still putting together specifications, figuring out a lot of other things about what's the right way to frame out these large windows. So it's in process. It is forthcoming, and the owner does intend to restore the front facade at the same time he's doing this other work. It's just that scope of work, we don't anticipate it any of it having to go to public hearing. So that's why you're looking at the rooftop in the rear and not looking at the front at the same time.
Yeah, thank you for that response. I will just say that just like the previous application where we take what's in front of us without hypothesizing of what may come in the future, what's in front of us right now is the ad without the other part. Thanks.
Understood. Mark, just to let, if I may make a point, the front is hellacious. It's disgusting. It will not be left that way. I will not basically concentrate on the rear and top addition without taking care of the front as well. That's something that's not even in question. With regards to the front, the only reason I haven't brought it up to you guys is only because it is a staff level situation that we're working on independently. And to save time, we are basically coming to the public hearing with the rear addition and the rooftop addition, and taking care of the other matter via staff level. As Chris, who's the architect, continues on working with it.
Okay, understood. I think our position may be that, yes, maybe it could be interpreted as staff level. It's a major change from the, I thank God, it's a major change from the condition at the time of designation. So I think that we would like to see that. That's for you and the LPC to work out, but I think we would like to see that.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Can I just add to that? Jackie, if I could ask a question. Why would that be exempt from a community review or landmark C of A? Unless, because you're not putting back or replacing existing fabric with new, you would be going back to the original 1884 or something closer to that to look like a residence.
No, unfortunately, well, for two reasons. One, we don't have documentation of what the original facade looked like. These houses had an ABCD arrangement when they were built. So we don't exactly know what the front of this house looked like originally. The brownstone was literally all taken off from the basement and part of floor. So there's no evidence we can look at there. Secondly, it's our position that the alteration that was done in 1911, I think it was 1911, we find that to be a significant later alteration to this building. So the intention is to restore it to the condition you see in the tax photo. So with the tax photo, we do have good documentation. The architects are working on, figuring out what the details should look like for that, for the framing, for those large windows. It's just, we anticipate being able to get a staff level permit for the work that we're intending to do. So that's why we were soldiering forward with going to public hearing for everything else while the details were worked out for the restorative work at the front facade. Does that answer your question?
It does, but I'm now concerned that it will be a hybrid building again with a 1911 or I looked it up as well. I found 1911 and 1925, I think, yes, alterations. And I think my concern would be that it should come before, the architect should be given the time and the tools to be able to fashion an appropriate facsimile of a period brownstone 2 floors, rather than trying to replicate a commercial component again. So I would take that back to your clients and see if they wouldn't consider that. We're not that vicious. We want to support, knitting back historic fabric on the streetscape. And I think that would be better than trying to replicate a commercial storefront again. Just my thoughts. Good luck.
Just to clarify, we're not replicating a commercial storefront. If you look at the plans, it's going to be four residential apartments.
No, I know that. But what she means is from the outside, it's going to look like commercial.
Yes.
At those first 2 floors.
Exactly.
No, you will not have a commercial doorway into the apartment. That won't happen. You're going to have a picture window on the first floor, but you will not have. What my intention is not to have a commercial doorway into an apartment. It will be a picture window for the first floor with a side entrance into the building. That's what it's going. That's the intention. It's going to be it's going to be a beautiful picture window for the first apartment and a beautiful picture window for the second apartment. That's the intention, with of course brownstone around, but it will not look commercialized at all. That's not the intention.
But the thing is, you're filling in the holes with windows that historically would never have been picture windows on the parlor and ground floor.
I understand.
So
If I had,
I'm not going to belabor it. I've said my piece. I hope you'll
understood.
reconsider that and come back to us, because I'm sure we would approve that in a heartbeat. Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you for your input.
All right, so let's see, Jay, you haven't asked a question yet, and Michelle?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally confused about whether or not, I know that generally restoration work on front facades is approvable at staff level, but I'm confused, and maybe between you and Paige and Asaf and Chris, is there a yes, no answer as to whether or not it can be approved at staff level? Because if it can be, then we will not see it again. So we really will be charged with evaluating the rooftop addition and the rear yard addition with the anticipation and assurances and brief description of what the front facade work will look like. If it can't be approved at staff level, then we get to see it. So is there, I just,
what we can do,
if there's a yes, no answer.
what we can do is keep this committee apprised of the design as it progresses. And obviously, if the commission staff determine that we're not doing work that's restorative, or not restorative enough, and it has to go to public hearing, then you'll be seeing us again with a proper presentation. Our intention, though, is to work with the staff and make sure that we do meet all of their concerns, if there are any, so that we can get that permit at staff level. But regardless, even if it turns out we can get at staff level, we would still be happy to send you those drawings just so you can see what's going on.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then my other comment is also a concern that I have with the material in the rear yard. Just quickly, and I apologize for taking an extra minute, but Paige and I and Gabby at the time, and a friend, I guess, of Paige's, Evan Mason, years ago, we had a small task force on this board attempting to deal with permeability issues. And in fact, I can tell you, I put in a lot of time and effort. I drafted a bill for the state legislature on a tax rebate for people who use permeable materials in the yards. And ironically, for a whole host of reasons, which I don't have to go into, it was the Republican-controlled state Senate passed the bill, and the Democratic-controlled assembly, our assembly person couldn't get it out of committee. But that's for another day. But the fact is, we have always been concerned with permeability issues. Right. And I think that I understand about the tree. I would like to save a tree. I live on the second floor of a mid-block building that looks out on a donut with lots of old trees, and it's wonderful. So I hate to see the tree go, but if it has to go, there are even solid, in quotes, materials now, like bluestone, that are permeable. I don't know what the dimensions are of the perimeter plantings that you tend to have, but it would give me great comfort if there was a commitment to using even hardscape, but permeable hardscape, which is now readily available and can be used.
I completely understand your concern. I understand what you're saying. I think what we should do is look at how we can alter this. Maybe the bluestone can be set into sand instead of concrete. Would that be a solution that would be agreeable to the committee?
I would consider that as well on my end to see if we can get it done that way. I'm not looking I'm not set in stone, so to speak, with cementing the backyard. If need be, I will look into going ahead and actually setting it in maybe in some sort of a dirt situation or a sand situation, so that'll be more permeable.
All right,
And offer that interlocking pavements meet my colleague's Jay's requirement, because as long as it's not cemented and put on a cement base, the interlock allows the water to go through. And
Right.
and it's very cool. I mean, it's nice underfoot. The kids don't mind it. You can put a play pool or whatever, a fountain on top of it, and it's very secure.
I will
would look at that.
definitely be amenable. I will definitely be amenable to interlocking
Thank you.
pavers. I don't think that the LPC is very amenable to that. I think they would rather have bluestone. But if LPC is amenable to interlocking pavers, I will definitely consider that.
They don't typically regulate brownstone gardens. I've never heard of that, but who knows? The world is changing too fast for me.
I will
I
definitely
would
look
like
into
to, whatever
think-
the result of the resolution is, I would like to incorporate a commitment to do that.
interlocking pavers. I will look into it. I'm not objecting to it at all.
Okay, well, that could be a requirement of our resolution. Should we
Okay.
go in that direction? Some sort of permeable surface. Michelle, you've been very patient here. Do you have a question?
Thank you. I got a lot of my questions answered by my thoroughly brilliant colleagues. Thank you. Jackie, I've been following your work all over town, and I like it. But this might have been a little bit difficult because of the approach to the building. Once you approach the building, it's like, what the heck can happen after this? And of course, I didn't get a chance to see the backyard, but I'm with everybody on the permeability of the surface in the backyard.
It can only improve from here, right? It can only
Yeah,
get better. The
because-
front is going to get better.
Right.
We'll show it to you one way or another.
Yeah, thank you. And I
Michelle,
appreciate, I
Just to let
appreciate
you know,
the,
I'm sorry to interject, but I agree. Jackie happens to be a wizard, so she's amazing.
I appreciate, what was I gonna say, that you can either consider the tree or have permeable material in the backyard. You're gonna excavate part underneath the current backyard, the current space, that the backyard, the current dog leg, part of the dog leg. I mean, that would be another reason to have permeable material in the backyard, so everything doesn't fall into that excavated site.
No,
The
no,
excavation, the excavation would only be to expand the cellar, basically, expanding the cellar underneath where the new portion of the addition will be, where you're squaring out the L. The excavation would definitely not extend into the backyard. It's only under the new portion of the building.
Okay, and that excavation is gonna be heard at staff level?
It does qualify for staff level approval. However, the addition does not, because we're proposing a rear addition and a rooftop addition at the same time. So that's why we're pointing it out to you as well.
So we have to approve or disapprove that as well, Jay?
Well, I'm sorry. I
The
was just-
cellar excavation, or that's not part of the resolution?
Well, it's part of the application if we.
It absolutely is.
Yes, it's part of the project.
Okay.
It's a different concern since there's no visibility issues or design issues. It's just It's kind of a gray area because it's really a DOB issue more than it is an LPC issue.
And
as
we're
far as
acknowledging that it's going to be done.
we always, or not always, but we often express a concern, and I know that this will be considered, that any structural issues with the neighboring buildings and so forth, but I assume you have a structural person, the excavation
Engineer.
company, that will do all the necessary safety precautions, ensuring, and all that business to protect the
Noise
adjacent
abatement.
properties. That's
And-
always a concern, but it's kind of ancillary.
And the Landmarks
to the
Commission will,
project.
of course, require that we submit to them the proper structural drawings before
Yes.
they would even allow us to go to
Yes.
public hearing to
Yeah,
show the
for the
commissioners.
same reasons, they want to make
Is
sure.
this on the LPC calendar yet?
Yes, for the 11th. Well,
January
I've been
11th?
told. I'm not sure if they've actually officially calendared that day yet, but
You
I've
got the
been told.
calendar. I don't remember. I'll look at it. Okay.
I don't think
And-
they've posted January yet.
You already put up the scaffolding?
No,
No.
Okay.
I,
Yeah, Clary
Thank
has
you.
her hand up and then Madge.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hadn't intended to chirp in again on this one, and I am actually very pleased that Asaf's commitment to, I think for the resolution, however it's phrased, something like using a permeable surface throughout the rear yard is very comforting to me, and on the basis of that, I would probably vote yes, but the more I heard about the pig in the poke for the front facade, the more concerned I am that we've got a pig in the poke on this whole building. And I'm just wondering whether, since we have an amenable team here presenting, whether there's any way they could be comfortable postponing this proceeding at LPC, consistent with coming, even if it's staff approval on the front, coming back and showing us what they've got, so we know the totality of what we're buying before we vote.
if I may, Clary, I'll answer that. So.
I know it's a
from
big ask.
No, and I'm a very transparent person. I don't hide anything but from a financial and a timing perspective, as much as I'd love to say yes, I cannot. But my commitment that I can basically propose is that should the staff level be approved, I will ask Jackie to propose the staff level approval to you, so that you'll be privy to what we're looking to do. We are not looking to do something that's extravagant, and I can assure you that the staff level will not allow me to do something that's crazy anyway. I've dealt with them before. They're very conservative in what they do, and they're very careful before approving anything. So, with that being said, though, I will ask Jackie to basically keep you posted with any approvals that the staff level is giving us. And should the staff level come back and say that they're not approving it at staff level, we'll definitely come and present it before you again, prior to the public hearing. But I cannot make that the promise the intention of staying staying this project, until we basically present the front facade, because I don't know how long the front facade will take for us to go ahead and actually draft and propose to the LPC.
Is that likely, is a presentation to staff likely to be, is it imminent? And what I have in the back of my mind, my scheming mind is it likely to, would we be, if we were privy to it, likely to be able to see something before the next full board meeting in January?
Unfortunately, no.
No, okay.
No, we will not have the time to produce it by then.
Okay.
It's a very detail oriented.
Fair enough, then that's so we know.
Okay, let's have
yes,
you ask.
is there any rooftop mock-up up there? Because I walked by
Yes.
today,
Mhm.
so I saw nothing. I
Good.
couldn't
Yeah.
see anything from 3 sides around.
It's not visible at all. It's not visible at all. There is a rooftop mock-up now there. It's set back about 22 to 23 feet from the front facade. So you will not be able to, it's there now,
My other question,
yes.
okay, thank you. The upper part of the facade is the best part of the house to me. Is any of that going to be preserved, or is that the peaks and everything, is that all coming down?
No,
Oh,
that's staying.
we
No,
wouldn't-
no.
We would not be allowed to take that off. There's no way
I
the
would
Landmarks
not, but
Commission
I
would
would
allow
not,
us
I
to
would not
remove
allow
that.
myself to take that off. No.
Okay,
The top 2 floors are just going to be repaired with reference to the brownstone. I'm not touching those at all.
okay.
The details are staying.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Questions or anything else? I'll just say I live around the corner, and I have for 36 years, and this has been, I've wondered for 36 years, like, can something be done about this this place? It stands out like a sore thumb. So on that level, I'm glad to see some movement.
Just to interject, you guys allowed me to build my own home on 95th Street a year ago, and we're actually in the process of doing so, and I thank you very much. I care for the neighborhood very much as well. My wife and I are very happy with the Upper West Side, and we're looking to spend the rest of our lives there, God willing, with our children and grandchildren. So I am looking to preserve the Upper West Side as well. I'm not looking to basically do things that are, that will take away from its character and its beauty.
We appreciate that.
That was the building with the stoop that avoided the tree.
Correct.
Yes,
Michelle,
yes.
right,
Mark brought
good
that
memory.
to our
So we
attention.
got,
You're
we
right.
got
memory.
approvals for that. What a memory, Michelle.
Yeah.
We
No,
got
that
approvals
was
for
Mark. That was Mark, but we were talking about it the other day. my
Yes,
family.
that is
So-
true. And we're actually.
So now you'll know
it's
where
under-
to find him. Next year, hopefully you'll all
Yeah.
know where to find him.
God
You can
willing,
invite him
by
over.
next year I'll be moving in. So
Right,
you're welcome
right,
to knock on my door and say hello anytime. It'll be
Thank
my
you.
pleasure.
All right.
All right, so shall we resolve to approve this application with the proviso that the applicant will use permeable material in the rear yard?
Michelle, there's a extensive comment in the chat from a JP Lee who is listed as an attendee. I don't know whether he wanted, if it's a he, wanted to, about basically making a plea for the tree. I don't know whether that person wants to speak to us, but I don't think we've asked about input.
No, that's
Well,
about,
Oh, I
That's
thought
what we need to do
you
next.
asked, Kay.
no. No, but I will. Are there
All right.
members of the public who would like to speak to this proposed work? And I don't know if JP
Well,
Lee.
we should at least read and consider JP Lee's
Yeah, I just read it.
extensive comment in the chat.
Yeah, everybody should.
Okay, let me read it aloud. To the committee, please keep the backyard tree. Mark Diller brings an excellent point. The tree is absolutely part of the character of the neighborhood. It is visible by residents along 88th Street, 87th Street, Broadway, and narrowly from a building along West End Avenue. I personally see it every day. And you can see how it is central to the perimeter area on page 15 of the presentation. In addition to providing shade to the neighboring houses and reducing the need for carbon emissions through AC/heat, it is also home to lovely birds in the neighborhood. You can hear the birds in the morning. Well, thank you very much for that comment. And are there other, anybody else from the public here? Mark, do you see anybody?
I do not.
Okay, all righty. Good. All right, then. Go ahead, Michelle, then.
No, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for you to say the resolution and I'll take the the vote count.
You were off and running with a resolution. All right, I think where we were going is a resolution to approve, I believe with a requirement for permeable material to be used in the backyard area. Does that match what people?
Yep.
And save
All
the
right.
tree.
Or to reconsider saving the tree.
I think that would be a recommendation to save the tree.
I will definitely consider the permeable, interlocking pavers that Paige recommended. The tree, as much as I want to say yes to, because I really do want to say yes to, it's too much for me to say yes to. So as much as I'd love to say yes, and I want to save this tree, I probably will not be able to. And I have to be frank and transparent with you.
We
Appreciate
appreciate that.
Is it possible
Thank you.
is it possible to carve out sort of a semicircular corner area and at least plant a new tree?
I don't want to say yes, but I will consider that. But I will definitely consider the permeable situation with interlocking pavers, and I will also consider planting a tree in the corner of the lot in the back. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
so
Jay.
I will take the vote, starting with Kay.
Michelle, could I just say something? In terms of the language of the resolution, because we don't have, I thought we had a commitment from Asaf for a permeable
Yes,
surface.
I agree with Clara.
But now he's, and I don't know that it's intentional, saying he'll consider it. I think.
No, it's not intentional at all. The reason I'm saying consider it is because if Landmark comes back and says they don't want pavers and they want bluestone, at that point in time, I cannot commit to something Landmarks won't let me to do.
I think the way that I would recommend we phrase it is either disapprove unless there is a permeable surface in the backyard, or something that locks in a commitment that we are satisfied is a sufficient commitment. The recommendations don't do it.
I agree with Clara. We can just say approve on condition that.
Yeah.
That the on condition that doesn't always enter the state of mind of people reading it downtown.
Can I just ask one favor in your language? Can you include what options you would consider acceptable for permeable material? Because that can mean a lot of things. So I'd rather that when the commissioners hear your resolution, they understand exactly what you're suggesting. So if it's interlocking pavers, say interlocking pavers. Otherwise, you know.
We
they
talked
might-
about
they might-
that. We also talked about bluestone.
Or setting in sand.
Set in sand. We
Right.
don't, you know.
I'm just, asking if you could kindly, say exactly what you would accept as an option in your resolution.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. I agree. Thank you.
All right. So I guess, all right, you have something, Michelle, or you want me to?
No. Should we take a vote now?
Well, let's decide what we're voting on. We're voting on resolution to approve with the requirement that the rear yard be surfaced with permeable material. And we are going to specify interlocking pavers or bluestone embedded in sand. Does that sound like what we're doing, folks?
Yeah.
What about the tree? What do you want to say about the tree? For age?
And at least the consideration of a new tree being planted in the corner of the backyard.
Okay, good.
And as far as whether or not Landmarks will approve the permit, I mean, it's implicit in the resolution. Obviously, if they don't approve it, it can't be done. But if they approve it, the commitment then is to do it.
I agree, Jay. I agree.
Okay. All right.
All right, good. This has been helpful. All right, Michelle, you want to take the vote?
Thank you. Kay?
Yes, with that all in there, I vote to approve.
And the same for me. Peter?
No.
Josh?
Yes.
Clary?
Abstain.
Madge?
Abstain.
Susan, she's still here? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Susan.
Thank you so much. Abstain.
Paige? I didn't hear you, hon.
You're muted. Paige.
You're muted, Paige.
No?
Paige,
Okay. Jay
yes.
and Mark?
Sorry, I'm a no.
Okay, so
It's not gonna go.
1,
There you go.
2, 3, 4 yeses. 1, 2 noes. 1, 2, 3 abstain. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Is that right?
Don't we have 10?
Yeah, don't we have 10? Yeah, wait a minute.
There may have been 3 no's, but maybe we should.
I think there were
3
3
noes.
no's.
My mistake. 3 noes. 4 to 3 to 3 to 0. So
What do we do now?
Well, the resolution doesn't pass.
Doesn't
You
pass.
need a- You need a I mean, abstentions basically count as no's.
There's
Oh,
no.
that's right. No, it clearly doesn't pass. The question is, do we do a resolution to disapprove or to disapprove unless, assuming we all agreed on what the unless is. So we go down with something. This happens all the time and we don't always have the same answer to the question.
Right.
Maybe it's just like this.
Well,
Somebody want to try something else? See if we can get something that, yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Probably mine will be the extreme. So I float a resolution to disapprove based on the blank stucco wall, the removal of the tree, the absence of a plan for the front facade, the Juliet balcony, and the hardscape. Those are the things that we all basically talked about. And the resolution didn't win enough votes to pass. So it's essentially the same thing in reverse.
Except I'm not, then we'd have to decide whether or not all of those factors would factor in a disapproval. If
I
Clara's
I
suggestion-
threw something out there. If you want to take one or two away, you know.
Jay, I think there's a way to do that.
Yeah, that's what I was
Be a
gonna
little
ask you.
soft
if you-
with it, where we would recite those concerns and we don't have to say unless they change every single one of those things, but if it's a disapproval, we can say members of the committee or numerous members of the committee were concerned to various degrees about the following 5 things, and therefore we disapprove. I mean, I think that's a way to deal with where we are.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I also think that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I finished.
I think that's right. And I think it also avoids the vice that I sometimes fall into of trying to redesign their building for them. They've got really talented architects and engineers. They know better than me how to do it. I'm just saying that this doesn't add up. I would also throw in the height of the rooftop addition as another one of those multiple factors. So that's my resolution. It doesn't have a second yet.
Just as an aside, by the way, after Paige mentioned the 10-foot issue at the full board meeting, I did go back and look at the rules, and a rooftop addition, 1 story, 11 feet high is approvable at staff level.
Shame on them.
Mark, just out of curiosity.
That's what the
I'm
rule
with you-
says.
I'm with you on visibility. If it's not visible from the street in any way, what's the issue? I'm asking just because I want to know.
If it's not visible,
It's the bulk.
if it's not, the rule is that it has to be
I
invisible.
think he asked me, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark.
I apologize.
I thought it was throwing out the question. I apologize.
The issue is the character of the rear yard and the character of the historic district in which all these structures find themselves. The character is, in the view of some of us, and depending on what day you catch the commissioners, some of them, is greater than the sum of its parts. So while I agree with my colleagues that perhaps one or more of these things in isolation might not be enough to disapprove, all of these things contribute to a contradiction of the character of what this historic structure is supposed to be like. We didn't even talk about fenestration. So the answer to your question is the overall charge to the committee and the commissioners to adhere to honor the character of the historic district in which the structure is located.
I understand. Thank you, Mark.
Can I just ask an odd question here? We're missing, one big issue, and that is we're approving everything and alterations and a conversion and new designs, et cetera. And yet we're not addressing the 2 floors of the bastardized facade that was the commercial storefront. So how can we go and say that we disapprove all of this work without mentioning that we are expecting that the applicant will come back and restore or improve the facade. It's all backwards to me. I don't understand that.
Paige,
So
I
we
think
can
that's
add that to Mark's list of
Yeah,
reasons.
it is on Mark's list, and we can say we're concerned. I think Mark has exactly right. We can say we're concerned that we haven't seen it, and it's part of the whole thing. And that's one reason among 6 why we are disapproving it this time.
And just to help the architect, it's not that we're disapproving the work that you've done to date, but normally we see entire projects that are phased, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, or whatever they are, that are then packaged and approved by the landmarks so that we have some guarantee as the community that it's going to be finished, right?
What we should do, Paige, is what the commission does all the time. They virtually never disapprove anything. They just say no action. And if we had that option, that's what I would recommend. But we're obligated to take something to the full board. And I don't know any precedent to say the committee reviewed it and decided to take no action because there were too many open issues.
Why don't we
Which is
vote on
basically
Mark's
what we're
resolution?
I agree.
Huh?
Let's take Mark's resolution with the 6 additional items of concern
How about
and make
a
this a resolution to
disapproval
disapprove.
without prejudice?
Okay.
No, I mean, I don't, well, we won't get another, we're not going to see this again in this context. I think it's.
No, you're absolutely.
So, no, it's a disapproval, whatever our individual issues are, it packages them in a way where we don't have to require changes on any one of these things, but it's a package of concerns that collectively on our one time to say anything leads us to disapprove. I think Mark has it exactly right.
I think that's true. It's a disapproval.
I agree in the context of our process, it has to be. It's the only alternative. And I think we owe the applicant, in the resolution, an explanation of the concerns, a list of the concerns, and whatever positive we think about the overall concept of restoring this building. I think we should recite that and then proceed. But I agree that we have to, if we can't approve it, we have to disapprove it. We don't have a no action option that we can exercise. So,
So let's, given the hour, let's call the question, but I'll volunteer to write this one if that would be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Kay, on the resolution to disapprove,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Peter,
Yes.
Josh,
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
Madge,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Paige,
Yes.
Jay,
no,
Mark.
Yes, please.
So the resolution to disapprove passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0, 0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Yeah.
Have a good
great
night.
evening.
Good luck with the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have 173, 175 Riverside Drive. Is anybody here, that applicant here?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you. My name is Barbara. I work with Walter Melvin Architects, and I thank you for the opportunity to present our project here with you tonight. 173, 175 Riverside Drive. I'm going to share my screen. Can you all see that?
Yes.
First slide, thank you. Our building is situated at the west end of the block, bordered by 89th Street at the south, 90th Street at the north, of course, Riverside Drive, and West End at the east. as you may be familiar with this building, it's a very large apartment house designed by J.E.R. Carpenter and constructed between 1925 and 1927. And obviously a prominent site on the bluff overlooking the park and the river. I'm sharing a photo source from the National Park Service. The tax photo we've located is very poor quality. I prefer this photo. You know, a great example of neo-Gothic, pretty restrained design. We've got a limestone base above which we have a nice variegated tan and salmon iron spot brick facade, punctuated with strong horizontal band courses, terracotta, limestone, and completed at the top with a terracotta and corbelled brick balustrade. You can actually see in this historic photo an original rooftop canopy that obviously is no longer. Just going to share a few context photos. It's such a large facade. You know, this is the most common vantage point for historic photos because it's such a dramatic image always, but you can see the sweep as the building follows the curve of Riverside Drive. This is the opposite corner on 90th and Riverside Drive, that obtuse angle. We were engaged by our clients to perform facade inspections in connection with their Cycle 9 Local Law 11 project, and as well in connection with a building conditions report, updating another one we performed for them in the late 90s, actually. Some of the photos you're going to see later in this presentation were taken from the vantage point of this boom truck. And just sharing a few more context photos to give you a sense of the you know, persistent character of the facades. It's a well-maintained building. You know, some interventions in terms of, you know, shareholder changes to the facade, but in general, it's very, you know, it's intact. Few changes except, you know, required maintenance. This is the condition on the left here on 90th Street with the adjacent neighbor, and on 89th Street above the adjacent neighbor on this side. The project that was developed in response to the inspections encompasses all of the facades. I'm just going to share one portion of the facade package. The submittal I forwarded already contains all of the elevations, but just a quick summary of the total scope of the project that was submitted to Landmarks is kind of typical brick replacement in kind, where required to address rusting lintels, typical kind of facade repairs, maintenance repainting of you know, metal balconette railings, etc. The work near the top of the wall is really the focus here tonight. Includes in-kind replacement of the uppermost terracotta course at the cornice, and then replacement of the balustrade, which indeed is the reason I'm presenting to you tonight. All of the work from the cornice and below has been determined to be approvable at staff level. The balustrade is not, because our scope recommendation is to reconstruct the entire thing, and for that reason, we need to make it 8 inches taller to comply with current building code. I'm just going to set up some context. At the top of the wall, we have our 2 courses of terracotta forming the cornice, which are protected by a continuous copper cap. And then the brick balustrade, which is sort of an odd design. From the street, I think it's actually pretty nice. And we've got a pretty substantial limestone coping on top. You can see already in this photo on the north facade that the existing balustrade has been repaired in multiple campaigns. Obviously, the brick doesn't, you know, match internally. This is another north facade photo. You can see the permeability of this balustrade. These openings are 9 inches, also out of compliance with current code, which of course is 4-inch spacing for members on an occupied roof area. What we found, so the most recent restoration, really briefly, I just want to give some background as to why we're recommending the full reconstruction. It's because while during the last major facade project, we found the terracotta was suffering greatly, and we found a lot of units were spalling. You can actually see some patching here that was done probably during that last project into our circa 2014. We found another spalling unit, which, surprised us, and we weren't happy to see this because we thought that this 2014 project addressed that issue by removing anchors that were inserted into the face of the stone, not the joints, and were causing spalls. We thought we did that in a holistic fashion. During that previous project, we saw very few issues on the balustrade itself. Only a few localized cracks and some minor mortar losses. So really, we thought the terracotta was the big problem. So we were quite surprised to find during these recent boom lift inspections that the brick balustrade is now in very poor condition in many areas. We are seeing cracking of brick masonry, cracking to some extent at the terracotta or the juncture. You can see an open joint here, coping stone all the way, it's kind of continuous all the way through this large pier, cracking on the side, mortar losses, efflorescence emerging. This is a different pier where we're seeing some pretty significant efflorescence accumulation, some brick spalling. This is pretty close to something that we need to call unsafe, immediately. And indeed, there has been a sidewalk shed up on the property since last year because of one localized condition. Given that the building had just performed a major restoration project, scaffolding all of the facades to make repairs to the cornice 6 years ago, we thought we had picked up the major issues, and now 6 years hence find there are all of these other issues. The totality and the sum total, it caused us to recommend to the owner, look, there are some systemic issues here that we don't want to see you remobilizing every cycle of local law 11 to fix, just to keep the public safe. And truly that's suffering, and it's we're not preserving this feature by doing localized repairs anymore, right? So quickly, I want to give you the perspective from the terrace side, just so you can see the porosity of it, which I'm sure is very nice for the current terrace owners, but not safe. I've been on this terrace many times, and I can tell you when I'm close to it, close to the edge, it does feel unsafe because I'm used to a taller railing. This kind of view, I think, is helpful just in interpreting the drawings I'll share next. Again, here's the spacing between the piers. So the existing section looks something like this, right? We've got the cornice, there's a curb here, kind of the water drainage line, right? And here's the terrace. Our existing balustrade, which is as low as 36 inches above the walking surface in some areas. And then from the street side view, this is the kind of the elevation drawing of that portion of the wall. Our proposed work would reconstruct the brick, corbelled brick balustrade, salvaging and reinstalling the existing copings and terracotta, and just adding 3 courses of brick masonry to comprise that 8 inches to essentially just raise the design element up a small amount in the grand scheme of things to comply with the height requirement. And then in addition to that, add a spindle in the openings between the piers to close that gap for the code reason. For this design, we selected a stock piece that has kind of a similar motif that we see in other locations, a lancet panel. There are terracotta lancet panels on the facade. So we thought if we're going to select something that's stock, let's pick something that has some kind of can recall the historic motifs. That would serve to close these kind of gaps between the piers, but just allow us to and incidentally, that spindle component is installed 4 inches behind the face of the balustrade, not flush with it. So we in our estimation, the brick corbelled railing, as it were.
What is it made out of?
This spindle,
Yeah.
it's proposed to be, it's aluminum, proposed to be painted kind of the parlor tan color that all of the other metal elements on the facades are painted.
Painted aluminum.
Yeah, it'll be, you know, the edges will need to be eased. They'll be shop primed and painted and brought to the site and inserted into the brick with aluminum or stainless bars to secure them to the piers.
A question of you guys. Why, I mean, I understand, I think it's admirable and you're very brave to go up there and poke around with so many Swiss cheese holes in the existing design. But I'm surprised that you want to put a spindle in that may create other, because there's not really much brick to hold it on the bottom and the top. Had you considered something much more simple, which would be to infill it and just set the brick back so you have a shadow of what the original was like without, you know, and make it even safer still? Because I can't imagine, I mean, I can imagine things falling through that. I'm surprised things haven't come off the building already.
Let me share an anecdote. Actually, somebody dropped a garden trowel off of the edge of this roof while we were surveying it and nearly hit one of my colleagues on this. So it's a real issue. Although I think she probably set it on top. I think she set it on top instead of it falling through here. That's an interesting idea, Paige. I think we did not consider that idea because there's something about the relative position of this thing again that when you're actually on the street, often you can see some sky through that. And there's a night. I'm sorry, I'm really doing this kind of in a. Let me just grab the photo I'm looking for. You know, I think we would lose. I think we would lose something in the infill of that because. Oops.
I'm just thinking ahead to your next 6 to 7 year survey. Those aluminum things tend to degrade very quickly.
I'm not sure that's not working. Degrade in what way?
Well, because it's aluminum and it's got a probably some sort of enamel sprayed on paint color to make it work. The heat and cooling cycle of that can split. You have an iron spot brick here, and that's supposed to be the top line. It's like the Mercedes of brick in terms of durability. But just looking at how many spalled bricks there are already, you may be, this is just me being a cautious architect, you may be introducing something that may have a problem. And I just wonder if while you're there, why not come up with a permanent solution that gives the shadow of that hole? Yes, you will lose seeing the sky through it, but I would think it would be safer to prevent stuff from blowing off the roof.
Well, you know, it's an interesting idea. I'll be honest, I hadn't considered it largely because as you can see in this photo, that's actually the proposed condition. This is the existing. You can actually see daylight through it. For example, you know, this is the prominent view on 89th and Riverside Drive, right? There's actually light that permeates this railing. So the notion of, it's an interesting idea of having kind of brick infill at the back side of it. But not only would that add, you know, significant load to the overall assembly, you would also lose some of the depth, and you would certainly lose the light penetration. So in a sense, it would kind of make the whole thing heavier. It's a very intriguing idea, though.
I don't know. I'm hesitant to approve something that I feel will fail very quickly, and it will still create hazard of falling objects from the roof.
I mean, Marty,
I live on 88th Street, so I do walk by here often and,
that's great.
enjoy the park because of the Soldiers and Sailors Monument across the street.
You know,
I don't want to waste this time, but I'm just saying I'm not going to be able to support this one, even though it's very creative. and artistic. I'm worried about the stability and safety issue. That's all.
If I might say one more thing about that, the introducing a different material into the assembly that's going to remain exposed sometimes can be problematic, but because these spindles are so short, we don't anticipate there being any thermal, kind of expansion contraction differential that's significant, because the size of this additional material is so minuscule. It's not like, it doesn't have the length or the height to produce much thermal expansion that becomes problematic. I think if we detail the insertion and the assembly carefully, we won't have an issue in terms of embedment into the masonry. We'll do a full scale mock-up of this thing and make sure that the contractor gets it right. But from a functionality standpoint, I think that it won't create any new hazards that don't already exist. I think the one thing that I don't love about it is that it becomes a maintenance issue with maintenance repainting. But if we do a careful job of easing the edges of the original piece and it's shop primed and painted, it should be a pretty durable finish. And that's I guess my response to that. But interesting idea with the brick infill. I like that idea and
well, I apologize
in some ways.
So much time, but a lot of these buildings are aging, and we want to conserve them, but we want them to be safe as well. Thank you. I appreciate your concerns too. I like your detail, but I'm just worried in the long term, is this the right thing for this project? That's all.
Sure, that's fair. Great question and great suggestion. A couple of the other things that we're going to be doing when we reconstruct it, if approved, is to address some of the exposure issues that we think are leading to this ongoing issue of deterioration of the brick. It's not necessarily a great detail to begin with, this kind of slender brick construction. We think the original piers are all doweled into the terracotta. The terracotta is of course tied back to the roof, but the coping stone doesn't seem to have any through-off flashing. So a lot of moisture gets in from the top on the coping. And then the brick is all obviously exposed, front and back sides. There's no conditioned space connected to it. So this assembly is subject to constant freeze thaw action, right? And because they used cored brick to construct the various reconstructed sections of the balustrade, there's more mortar as a percentage of the assembly. And so it's really wicks water, and then it doesn't weep out well, as you can see with it doesn't appear to weep out well. It's causing a lot. And as you know, winters in New York City are now often hover right around the freezing point for days on end. And I think that constant freeze thaw just really started to blow this thing apart in the last 5-6 years, where we really thought it was doing okay during the last project. So some of the things that we're doing to address that are, again, removing and resetting the coping, putting a through-off flashing on the top. We're replacing all of the copper flashing. It's going to be turned up inside the piers, where it does not do that now, so that it has the best chance of, kind of minimizing. But we'll add weeps where there are a few weeps present. We will not be using cored brick or frogged brick. So it's just going to be, the minimum kind of best practice design mortar joints, but no more. So we're just trying to limit, absorption and allow, try to get water to weep out as fast as possible. And we think that will not only, prolong, we're looking at this as like a 50-plus-year solution to this issue. And I think, keeping this masonry from sitting in a saturated state constantly will also help the balustrade embedments. I guess
I can follow that. I follow that. Great. Good detailing. Okay.
Thanks. And just to quickly finish up, just to be thorough, this is a typical corner pier. There are 5 corners on this balustrade because of its configuration. And at the corners, we have this a bas-relief terracotta panel with a terracotta enfrainment. So the proposal here is to remove and reset all of this terracotta, but to accommodate the additional height of the overall balustrade, introduce a new course of terracotta after the same design in matching terracotta to just kind of lift this corner pier up to meet the rest of the balustrade. And that was shown in the drawing. So the ultimate effect here is existing on the left and proposed on the right. We're essentially hoping to create basically the same appearance, just 8 inches taller. And we don't believe that the balusters will really be visible from the street level because they're going to be 4 inches behind the face of the brick. And, you know, each member is only a ½ inch in diameter. So what our goal, of course, from the landmarks perspective here is to limit visibility to the extent possible, and particularly changes in the overall appearance. And we think this is the best way to do it. You know, if Carpenter had designed this building to current code, this might be what the thing looked like, right? So something like it. That was the goal.
Nice.
So that's the gist.
Thank you. Clary has a question.
Yeah, I have a question and then a two-part comment, I think. The question is, when you talk about new terracotta for wherever you're going to need new terracotta, you're talking terracotta and not the multi-syllabled epoxy job that has been used to simulate the terracotta. My recollection is that recently LPC, which had previously allowed the simulated product above the 6th floor, changed its rule recently, so they're looking for terracotta, genuine terracotta all the way up. This is genuine terracotta.
That's right, and not GFRC, if that's what you're referring to.
That's the multi-syllable thing.
Yeah, it's a mouthful. Correct.
Right. Okay. So
terracotta.
My comment is, and here although Paige and I have been on the same page all evening, I respectfully disagree with Paige on this. And I personally have had a lot of experience with the 42-inch requirement and the 4-inch requirement and all that, so I really get it. I think it's great. And I mean, there are many balustrades, whatever they may be made out of, that have the 4-inch openings, and they are no less likely to have something flow through them and land on the street than this does. I'm not troubled at all by these aluminum things. I think they're a great solution. And in any event, it's, as somebody previously said, I think, Mark, it's not up to us to redesign your project. We say yes or no to what you've shown us, and I'm totally yes.
Thank you, Clary. Jay, you've got something?
Yeah, I agree. Clary said much of what I was going to say, so I agree with her. And I just, as a general observation, we have to be a little bit careful. While we're always concerned with safety considerations and solidity considerations and so forth, we have to be careful to not lose sight of the fact that our function and our duty is to evaluate aesthetics, essentially, and design, and to some extent leave the other considerations to the construction / DOB, et cetera, structural engineer side of things. And so in general, I also think it's an excellent solution. I'm glad to see it. And since I live around the corner and walk there a lot, I will cross the street until the project is complete.
Thank you, Jay.
All right. I have a hunch we might be getting close. Michelle, what do you think?
I think so. I think we have a resolution to approve as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Should I take the vote now? Okay.
Sure.
Call the question.
Mark,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Paige,
Yes.
Susan? She stepped away.
Susan.
It's earlier in Texas, isn't it?
Yes.
Michelle, I think we didn't go to the public again, did we?
Oh, we did not.
And there's a person in the chat asking a question or something.
Okay, I'll stop.
Shall I promote him?
Yes,
Sure.
please.
Thank you.
Okay. This is
Susan will be
Marvin
right with
Davis.
you. Susan will be right with us.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, David.
This is Mr. Davis again from earlier in the evening.
Great.
Mr. Davis, you can unmute.
You're on the screen.
No, no.
Thank you so much. May I ask my
Yes, please.
question? Or- I'm a resident of the level that the balustrade is on. I've lived on the block for 46 years.
Hmm.
So I'm a long-term resident. I would like to receive a copy of the drawings, if I could. Would you please send me a copy of all the drawings for the presentation? Could I ask for that?
Barbara.
Are you asking that of me or of the committee?
I guess I'm asking it of you, Barbara.
And
First,
do you live in the building or on the block?
I live in the building on that floor. On the
Oh, you do? Okay.
floor, yes.
On which
This is
penthouse?
my balcony. C.
Oh, I thought your name sounded familiar. You're renovating the apartment.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So such as it is.
Right.
I don't see any issue with that. Is it? I'd probably.
I'll reach out to you and give you my email address. Can I do that? And you'll send me the drawings.
Can we do this offline?
Well,
Yeah,
okay. The other thing I would like to ask about is I think there's a safety issue. There's a curb on that level.
Yes.
Right in front of the balustrade. Are you going to remove that curb?
No, because it functions to allow us to turn up the roofing membrane at the terrace first of all, if it's kind of forms a continental divide, so to speak, between so the terrace has its own drainage kind of pattern or basin and directs water that's hitting the roof into the drains rather than running off the edge of the roof. So that's one reason why a function it performs. I think that's the primary one. And it also, so raising edges of things at roofs is just a design tactic to allow catchment, and turning things up onto a vertical surface is the proper way to terminate roofing is the bottom line. So that's what the function of that curb is.
Right. It seems to be a trip hazard because it's right at the balustrade. Perhaps it could be inset into the inset in.
Well, it's a good point you raise, and all the more reason why we should be making this railing higher, because if the purpose, right, is if somebody does go stumbling towards the balustrade, to stop them from going off the edge, and that the height is kind of the agreed upon height. The curbs like this are fairly common. So, I'm
in favor of the work. I think it's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
My concerns are strictly what I've said.
Yeah, I think we could explore, localized ways of addressing that for your terrace, but I don't think that is in the program for the entire building. But again, I think maybe that is an offline conversation that we could have.
Yes.
Okay.
Offline.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I'll continue that.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Um,
Thank you, everyone. Could I
You're
say
welcome.
one thing to Peter Sampton, that his partner Grusin, I'd like to just add one thing. His partner Grusin designed my high school in Brooklyn, and Grusin's son designed my son's high school, the Heschel School on the Upper West Side, 50 some odd years later.
What high school?
I just needed to say that.
What high school was it?
That was Wingate High School in Brooklyn.
Because I went to Midwood.
Oh, there you go. It's right down the block.
Okay, so I'm going to start the vote again in case
Thank you.
what Mr. Davis implied or helped you form a different vote. Mark,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Paige,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Madge,
Yes.
Clary,
Yes.
Josh. Oh, you're abstaining? We can't.
I'm a
hear
no,
you.
I'm a no vote or abstain. Yeah, I wasn't here for this one.
Okay.
I had to step
Peter?
away.
Peter,
Yes.
my vote's yes, and Kay?
I vote yes, and I'd like to interject that Walter B. Melvin's been our architect here at St. Paul and St. Andrew for 20 years, and anything they do turns to gold. So thank you for your work.
So
Thank you
the
for that.
resolution passes 9-0 to 1-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Much appreciated.
And now we have 315 Central Park West. Are
Do.
they here?
Yes, I'm here.
Beautiful. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, I've been watching and enjoying every moment of this. What I'm proposing today is two flags attached to a building to mark the entry of a school. And the building is at 315 Central Park West, which is, let me share my screen. Hang on a second.
What is your affiliation with architect, with
Sure.
the school? Or?
Okay, I am a architect who works for the owner of the building.
Okay,
The school is,
that's fine. That's
school is in the building. So the owner asked me if I could proceed with getting flags approved with the Landmarks Preservation Commission for the school.
okay.
Okay. And there's three schools in the neighborhood. It's Twin Parks, Montessori School, that they have a school in 315 Central Park West, one in 202 Riverside Drive, and another one up on 96th Street, which is outside of the Landmark District. So they didn't have to apply for a landmark approval for the flags. We're doing 315 Central Park West first, and once we navigate the waters with that one, we're going to move on to 202 Riverside Drive. So this is my landmarks preservation presentation. The building is here on West 91st Street in Central Park West. What we're asking for, if you look at the elevation, it's the blow up is this little portion here. There's a ramp that goes into the school, and this entry is dedicated to the school. The two flag locations we're asking for are on either side of this panel, at the center line of the panel, aligned with the school symmetrically. There's already two plaques that demarcate the school right here, bronze plaques.
What do the plaques say specifically?
They say Twin Parks Montessori School.
Thank you.
This is the location, a larger plan of where the flags are proposed. This is an image of the flags. These dimensions are all as per building department and zoning requirements. So we just sort of use the dimensions that the building department prescribed. We're proposing just an aluminum mounting, a bar on the top and bottom, so that we have a banner type flag that's mounted to the building, 15 feet above the sidewalk, and here's the top of the ramp. This is a rendering where the flags have been rendered into the image. This is a photograph of the building. Here are the two plaques that are already on the building. This is just a plate from the New York City Guide to Storefront Design that notes that there are certain permissible sign requirements, and that we don't really need a permit, but we do need a permit because here's the existing conditions photo. We need a permit because banners and flags need to be permitted through zoning. And so these are the zoning regulations that apply to putting a flag on a building. in this case, flag banners or pendants on lots containing certain community facilities. We are in R10, and it says that we're permitted to do this if the primary use is a community facility, which is a school. I had noted that it conforms, but it's actually a mild confirmation because the primary use of the building is residential and it has a school within it. But all the other requirements for signage conform. And in the number of signs regulations out of the zoning resolution, I'm taking the position that this is a professional office or it's a professional use because it is a private school, which permits me 2 signs as opposed to the zoning resolution that says only 1 sign is permitted. So I'm proposing 2 signs. The landmarks preservation staff asked me to find other flags in the neighborhood as precedents for understanding where what is appropriate for this neighborhood. And so here's the landmark drawing. The numbers represent the locations where we took the photos. So here's photo number 1 is 315 Central Park West. And as you can see, there's a series of flags that demarcate educational facilities in the neighborhood. This is, again, just there's more examples of where flags are in the neighborhood. Here's our existing conditions, more flags. This is all contextual stuff. More contextual information. Just moving through that was required for landmarks, and just a copy of the certificate of occupancy that actually notates that this is a legal occupancy. So it's not a fly-by-night school inside a building. And that's the presentation. And what we're really asking for is to get an approval on really what really boils down to it after all is said and done is this image right here, is so that the school has a presence for the Twin Parks Montessori School.
Thank you. Questions? I see Jay and I see Michelle.
Michelle, you want to go
Jay.
first or wait?
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at this presentation before the meeting, that's why I was wondering what I couldn't bring up the what was on those 2 plaques.
Oh, you want to see what's on the 2 flags?
Well, no, the 2
Plaques.
plaques. And you told me the 2 plaques.
Yes, the plaques, yes.
So you already have 2 plaques that say the name of the school, but you think you need 2 flags also. And does not that zoning regulation that you put up on the screen, does that permit 4 signs, or are the plaques not signs? Wouldn't that comprise 4 signs?
The zoning is for flags, not for signs.
It doesn't include signs?
Let
It
me-
says signs, doesn't it?
Let me go back to it. Let me just take a look.
Yeah, maybe I'm misreading it.
I'll share it with you again so you can see what I'm reading.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it says, I'm looking at 22,343, number of signs.
As indicated, flags, banners, or pendants,
Says
other than those that are
non-illuminated accessory signs, not more than 1 sign is permitted for each use, buildings, or doing not more than 2 signs. So where should I be looking for? I see flags, banners, in all
Pendant.
district flags, but other than those that are advertising located are permitted without limitation. So you're interpreting those 2 as saying even if you have a couple of signs, you can put up as many banners.
Well,
The
no, we
zoning-
can only put up
The
two.
zoning permits it.
The
Okay,
the-
all right, I can read it.
Yeah.
I still don't understand why you need them. If you have two plaques there that have the name of the.
Well,
school.
it's a celebration of the entry to the school. So it's not a, we're not discussing the pragmatics of why somebody needs an expression of the entry to the school. It's an aesthetic intention for the school to want to celebrate itself. So if it's a matter of pure utilitarian engagement, then that's a different
Mark the
conversation.
entrance, right?
Yeah, this is a celebration of the school for the people that go there.
It's fine.
Yeah, I would have to add that I walked right by there today on my site visit. It took me a little bit to figure out where this was. So, well, I guess that's relevant. Michelle and Mark have hands up.
I was just wondering, I looked at the pictures of the other flags that you showed us, and I was wondering why you chose to have a mounting into this 1912 building as opposed to some other less offensive way of hacking into the structure. A lot of your pictures there, well, some of them, Trinity's a new building, this rent sign is a newer building. So I was a little up, I wondered why you chose that kind of mounting for this particular building.
Let's see if I get back to it. This mounting here.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to reverse myself. That was purely utilitarian, just a way of attaching a post to a building, so in the wind it didn't get knocked off.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so to follow on, because my point is similar to Michelle's, I don't view these as flags. I view these as blade signs. That said, I think that they're appropriate, so I would vote in favor of them. But if there is a rule that Jay was trying to parse, the distinction here, because of the mounting that Michelle highlighted, if I were the person reviewing this from that statute or that regulation's perspective, I would say, no. The fact that it's fabric doesn't take away from the fact that it's a blade sign. And if that's a problem, that's a problem. From my perspective, I'm being asked to approve this addition to a landmark structure. I find it appropriate. And so I stopped there, but I wonder if you might not have a problem down the road. Anyway, so.
I can talk to that. We had gone forwards and had performed a DOB filing for this project because the Landmarks Commission, because of the zoning, there's a little bit of an ambiguity in the zoning. So we went forward and we did get an approval from the building department to accept this proposal. And we went back to Landmarks and said, okay, we went to the building department and they accepted it because they were also having a conversation with me about the interpretation of the zoning. So I got the approval from the building department for this. And I went back to them and then they said, well, now your next step is to go to the community board and they'll present to them. Or present to you. It's not of them. I'm actually presenting. I apologize about that.
Anybody else? Paige. You're muted.
You're muted, Paige.
Yep, sorry, I didn't know. Can you go back to the 4 criteria of the, I was interested in reading, I didn't get to the bottom one where it says number of signs.
Yeah, that's the one I referred to.
And it's at the bottom. And the only thing that I'm hung up on is obviously you don't have an illuminated sign, so you're fine. But it says not more than 1 sign is permitted for each use, building, or dwelling, and not more than 2 signs for each professional office or on a corner lot. So my question is, are they aware that you have the two other signs on the building?
The Landmark Preservation Commission?
or the Department of Buildings. I just don't want you to get hung up on something or somebody to complain, because to be honest, I don't know nothing about signs, but I just want to be sure that, you know, you're the acid test right now. And I just want to make sure that we're approving something that does meet the standard. But this one clearly says only 2 signs. And you've
Well,
got
we
4.
have 2 signs, and signs are different than banners. So as I distilled out the zoning and I take a look at this, signs are one thing and banners are another, right? So we're permitted banners, and it's clear from this photo that the Trinity School has multiple banners on it. And
I know, but it doesn't mean that they're right either. I've never seen this I've never had to use this before. I'm just curious. I just want to be sure that we're approving something that won't get you in trouble, or I don't know.
Well, I've already got it approved from the building. I mean, I've already got an approval from the building.
But do they know that you have
Okay.
2 signs already?
This language is on the building department filing. Do they know I have 2 signs already? That's a good question. I can't answer that question. I don't remember.
Okay, you're being honest. I don't know.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Clary?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, guys, these are interesting questions, but none of this is our business. None of this is our problem. Mark had it right. What we're looking at is it appropriate? I'm gonna make a proffer a resolution to approve. And if he's got other problems, they're his problems.
Okay.
Thank you, Clary.
I second your motion.
Agreed.
All right,
Should I I'll take a vote now?
go for it.
Mark,
I'm a yes. And can you take down the share screen?
Sure.
Jay,
No,
Paige,
Hang on, I got to figure out how to do this. I'm sorry.
Paige, I can't hear you.
I think it's too
Abstain.
many signs.
I'm struggling with taking down the share screen. Hang on a second.
Go to the
Right.
top of the screen. There should be a red button.
Sue Schwartz,
Oh, I'm having a hard time.
is she still here?
Don't know.
Can't tell with this thing up.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Madge,
Yes, I am. I'm here. No,
Abstain.
no,
I'm sorry, Susan, what's your vote?
no.
And Madge,
Abstain.
I finally got it. I finally got my screen back.
Clary,
Oh, I did it.
Oh, yes,
You-
yes.
Josh,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes,
I'm a yes. No, I'm a no.
Uh-oh.
And Kay,
I'm a yes, thanks.
So close. What's the vote?
2, 3, 4, 5 yeses.
Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3 noes, and 1, 2 abstain.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I,
I just want to, I just want to say in response to what Clary said about it being none of our business, I think technically that's correct. And what I didn't get a chance to finish is, you know, there's still a building in a historic district. And I think having 4 signs on the front entrance. is
we
not
voted.
appropriate in a building that, you know, is primarily a residential building.
That's a reason to vote no, Jay, and I think you did, but
Right.
not because it's, not because of
Not
what.
because of the zoning law. That's
Jay,
my
we
point.
voted.
So now we're 5 to 3 to 2 to 0. Do we have to turn this around and make it a motion to disapprove? No.
No, there's nothing to turn around because presumably
It passed.
it'll also come to a deadlock.
Yeah.
So it's up to the chairs whether they want to bring the question to the full board without a recommendation from the committee.
I think so.
Okay.
That's what I would suggest.
Okay,
Better than being
Well done.
silent.
yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
it does,
Fair
is
enough.
this on, is there a hearing date?
Is this at LPC on a particular date, sir?
Are you counting?
No, I need to get back to them.
So can we make sure that's after our,
After January 4th?
after our January 4th full board meeting?
Yeah,
Because we're gonna
yeah,
have
hold
to-
It'll probably be,
It
because
will
the
be.
next meeting's not till January 11th, I think.
Okay, so
Am I
that
right?
works.
Yeah.
I think I'm right.
Yeah, they have hang on, I have some correspondence here with Landmarks today. And they said, please confirm that you will be presenting today. I do. Okay, and can you also please confirm the date of their full board meeting, which is January 4th?
Correct.
The earliest public hearing date for Landmarks would be January 11th.
Good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All
And
right,
I-
thank you
and-
very
and-
much.
Yeah, and thank you for your comments. I will address the forced sign issue. And I'll be able to address that in the next meeting.
I guess,
you.
Nicholas, you probably should plan on, normally you wouldn't come to our full board meeting, but maybe you should.
That's a good suggestion, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, since we don't have a recommendation.
So would I be requesting to present again at the full board meeting?
No, you might just
Probably.
have to answer questions.
Just answer
Technical
that
questions.
The chairs will
question.
present the chairs will present the issue, but I think my colleagues are right that you'd want to be there to, in the absence of a committee recommendation, you might want to be there to answer the questions.
Right.
Right.
by yourself.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, have a happy
Thank
new
you.
year.
You too. And I'll see you
Thank
again
you.
on the other side. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Peter, you wanted to talk about the glass house on West 77th Street.
Yes,
Go for
yes.
it.
Right, and the other thing,
All right.
Michelle, I think, hold
I
on a
just want
second,
to
Peter.
Take a few minutes.
Wait,
Yeah, we definitely will. The other thing, Michelle, though, is I believe Claudia Ford is here to ask us about the Metro
Metro
Theater.
right.
So let's not forget about that.
But let's hear from Peter. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. At the last meeting, the committee voted to approve the two-story penthouse at 77th Street. A few of us, I think 2 or 3, voted against it. And the board voted, I think, to approve. And it was up, it went to Landmarks, and it was disapproved or sent
No,
back.
it's not disapproved, Peter. They
It
took
was
no
sent back.
action.
I spoke to Sarah Carroll, the chair, and she sent me a note about it. And it was a fairly vehement note about a two-story penthouse. Now, I've served on this committee for almost 8 years, I think. And we've done a lot of penthouses. And I think I was surprised by my committee members, the other committee members, that you approved this penthouse. It was a bit of a shock to me that something so visible at such an important location would be approved. In most cases, we wouldn't approve it. You know, we're very careful about obstructions like penthouses being seen from the street. And while a lot of fancy people like Paul Goldberger got up to agree with the design, I think that was wrong. I think flies in the face of everything that I remember our committee and the board has done in the years I served on this committee. And I was just surprised by it. And I don't know what's going to happen in the future. If this thing was approved as a two-story penthouse, we would find everywhere in the historic districts of the Upper West Side, people going, especially now with the economy on such an upswing, that a lot of people would be presenting large penthouses that would be visible from the street. So I'm only saying this because I strongly disagreed with most of you and with the community board at approving this penthouse. And I think, in a sense, you were bamboozled by the presentation of Norman Foster, Paul Goldberger, and others. And I simply wanted to say that.
Can we
Thank you.
respond?
Does anybody want to respond to that, or can we move to the next item?
I'd
Madge,
like
you want
to-
to say something?
I'd like to say something.
Let Madge
I
speak
was
first.
surprised that the response that came to you was like that, because just about 2 months before, Landmarks approved something that we disapproved, and that was that penthouse, not even a penthouse. It was just like a structure on top of a building on one of the 300 something on Central Park West with a big top, not glass, but a big metal top. We disapproved and they approved of it. And now they're turning around and saying that, we made the mistake by approving of this one. That's confusing to me.
All right, anybody else? I see Jay, Mark, and Susan would like to say something.
Which one?
Well, how about the order I just?
Yes. I appreciate Peter's point of view, and I've been on the committee with Peter for all of his years, and I was on the committee before, and I chaired the committee. And, we have differences of opinion sometimes, and I think we almost without exception treat each other's opinions with respect. And sometimes we have different perspectives, particularly on very modern architecture, which is inserted into the historic district in various forms, whether it's rear yard additions or penthouses or even renovations and so forth. But I just think, and as I said, I have great respect for Peter individually and as an architect. And we share one venting hobby in common. But I don't think it's right to say that we were bamboozled. I think that we saw a very detailed, complete presentation. We listened to opinions of residents of the building, neighbors of the building, very schooled and respected architects and critics. And I think you have to respect everybody's opinion on the project. I understood the arguments and the gut reaction to this particular project. I happened to come out on the side that while it was drastically different than what we had seen there, what was there was a very unimpressive stucco penthouse that was also very visible. So on that issue, we were replacing one with the issue. And I just don't think it's right to say that those of us who ultimately came down on the side of approval were bamboozled, Peter. That I know I thought about it. I thought about it in depth, and I came down in favor of it. And that's what this process is about.
Thank you, Jay. Mark.
Thanks. So I won't belabor and I won't relitigate the points that I made when I voted. I stand by them, including the part that I said that it was a very close vote for me. In terms of being bamboozled, far from it, the person who got me as close as I was going to get to voting no on this structure was Mr. Ackman, both because of the rather prolific length of his comments and the suggestion that he made that this is somehow a public benefit. This is not. This is a private residence, and it is what it is. So I think that that the process, in effect, worked, perhaps not in the way that one would anticipate, and it was in a way, despite, not because of, the prominent people. And perhaps you were there at the hearing, the public hearing at Landmarks. They kept referring to him as Lord Foster. So far from what we were experiencing, and I mean the commissioners, not the speakers. The commissioners referred to him as Lord Foster.
Sir Foster.
No, it's Lord. And
Sir Norman.
having represented Andrew Lloyd Webber, I was schooled with the back of a ruler about how you're supposed to refer to these people. But anyway, so I get it. I get how frustrating a close vote like that and a close issue like that can be. I experienced it just on Tuesday night on another matter. But I guess we have to move on. I'll shut up now. But in terms of the process part of it, sometimes bringing out the big guns has the opposite effect of what it is that people intend. And I see that Valerie Campbell is with us. So hi, Valerie. Kudos for hanging in this long. For what it's worth, the big names don't always carry the water.
Agreed.
Susan.
I apologize for not being here for the vote. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I can see it from the mock-up for my apartment on 71st and Broadway. It's atrocious. I think it's a catastrophe. And what can I say? Peter, thank you for bringing it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Paige, you haven't spoken to this.
Well, this is a tough one. And I think sometimes we take for granted what we hear from the applicant. And Valerie, no, I've known you for a very long time. And you're the one who taught me, believe it or not, that you explain everything to death. Make sure people understand what they're looking at and what they're voting on. And the problem here with this application is that I sometimes get the feeling that our committee doesn't look at what the basic landmark law permits as of right. And what we had is a penthouse that was taller than what is typically considered by landmarks. We had a very different architecture. I know that some people didn't like the pink stucco, and there's a blue stucco one where a friend of mine actually lives in now. But that's the way the building was, stucco. You can repaint it. It's not a big deal. But when you replace it with a very modern idiom that has nothing to do with the architecture of the building, sure, you can say, well, let's do something different. Let's make it different. But in this particular case on Central Park West, with it very visible and then making it 2 stories, it really made it very hard for our committee, I think, to evaluate. And sometimes I think for some of these projects, I mean, Valerie, you've given us, or me, a lot of thought about how to evaluate some of these projects, because I do believe that as a result of this, we will see more and more penthouses that are going to try to exceed the envelope of the norm or a compatible addition to the roofs. And I think as a committee, we should consider maybe one night when we don't have a project to review, we should actually have a discussion of the different types of things that we look at so we can inform each other of what we think is important criteria from for our neighborhood. And for that reason, I think Peter has done us a good service by calling us out and saying, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Is this the kind of approval that we want for our community? And it proved out to be not. And even the Landmark Commission, I was surprised that Sarah Carroll came out and said right off the bat, Valerie, you can jump in here because I may have misremembered, but I believe she sent you guys back to the drawing board to limit the penthouse edition to one level. And you guys are going to come back and study it or something.
If I could interject.
Yes, please. Thanks for being here and
So
clarify
I
whatever.
basically stayed because when I heard you were going to discuss 77, I thought I probably should, but at the Landmarks Commission, we received a number of comments. I would have to say there was nobody in opposition to the project at the commission. We had, I think, pretty much a full slate of commissioners. We had there was some concern about the visibility. There was a general request that we reduce the visibility. And we had a couple of different suggestions for doing that. One was to eliminate the second level entirely. The other was just to try to lower floor to ceiling heights. But actually a number of the commissioners suggested just restudying the placement of the second level of the penthouse to reduce its visibility and also probably reducing. And so that's what the team has been doing and what we will go back with. So, I do think I really appreciate that people have different opinions about it. And I know that the opinions were strong. But I think, we really are trying to go through the process and do all the outreach. And with respect to Susan, I know what you're seeing, you weren't at the presentation. There's a lot of scaffolding on that roof right now because they're doing local law 11 work. So, I mean, the penthouse structure is only what's in the orange, but there's a lot of other stuff out there that you're going to see. So.
All right. Susan, your hand.
We can't relitigate.
Yeah, no, and we're not. We're just, I think
If
Peter's
I
right.
had my druthers, there are a lot of votes I would like to relitigate.
Well, of course.
We can't do it.
And we're not doing that. We're just, I think we're having a conversation as colleagues and members of this committee. And
This is very worthwhile to me, this discussion.
all right. So,
Thank you.
Paige, your hand is up again, or you? Or is
No,
it still up? Okay.
no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It should go. Sorry, lower hand. Thank you.
Okay, sure. All right. Well, I think this is helpful. Yeah, I mean, I agree. We're not going to agree, and we don't have to agree. I think I think we need to respect each other's opinions and also listen to each other's opinions and take them to heart. Some of you have vastly more experience than I do, for sure, and different experience. So I always listen carefully, even if I disagree, and sometimes I do.
It
and sometimes
sounds
I don't.
like Paige invited all of us up to her house so we could review the LPC regs. Is that right? Did I hear
Yeah.
that? right?
Cocktails at its page.
Yeah, now I'll put little birdies and lemon slices, whatever it takes. I'll even serve canapes. And Valerie, you're invited too, okay?
Oh, yeah.
If you're gonna find out anyway, so you might as well be there.
I don't know,
I
babe.
probably have to report it as lobbying.
Talk
Oh,
is
God.
fine.
Oh,
We have a
God.
specific
Except we don't know what we're lobbying.
I know.
Thank
We're
you
lobbying for greater
thanks
understanding.
for staying here and
Oh, no,
talking
no,
with us.
that was fine.
Can we
Yeah.
ask, are you going back to landmarks? Again, aren't you going back to a final hearing at LPC?
Well, we would be going back to a public meeting, which we
Right.
would
Close.
certainly hope we could get a vote, but you never know. It's not particularly on, sort of complex projects. Sometimes you don't get the approval on the second go around, but that's what we would hope for.
Okay, thank you for the update. Appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Take care.
And now,
Good night.
good night. A quick
Night.
5 minutes on the Metro Theater. We have Claudia.
Oh,
Ford.
gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi.
Hi,
Hi, Clay.
everybody.
Welcome. Thanks for sticking it out.
thank you. Shall I use the video as well, or
Sure.
you prefer? Okay. So make myself known. Hi, good evening. It's been very interesting listening to everything that you're processing, and I'm learning things as well. So yes, thank you for your time. The Metro Theater, it sounds like many of you know of the Metro Theater already.
Yes.
Landmarked in 1989, Boque in Paris, designed in 1931, opened as the Midtown Theater in 1933. I've been a resident in the neighborhood about 29 years. I also there may be a couple of neighbors that have stuck with us tonight. Joanne Dorian and Debbie Rosenberg, they may be on the line as well.
Okay.
But there have been efforts, I think, over the years to try to figure out how this theater or the space can be alive. It's become this dead space on the block. It's really become a blight. There has been graffiti. The marquee, has poles that have been put under it. It looks like it's, going to fall down. And so recently, I guess about 7 months ago, actually, another neighbor started a petition to gain interest. And we have over, I think, 2,000 or 2,200 signatures now. And essentially, I guess I'm coming to the Landmark Committee because we're trying to understand how is it that a building is given landmark status. And unfortunately, it wasn't the whole building, just the facade. And the building has since been gutted and has been shuttered since, I think, 2006. We started to lose count of the years. But we just find it so unacceptable on a community level. And we're trying to figure out, the landmark status. Does the owner not have any responsibility to maintain it properly? And also, in fact, just in the last 2 days, I was walking by, and underneath the marquee and all along about 10 foot high, there's a new coat of gray paint that has gone over everything. And we think maybe somebody pointed out the graffiti or something, and they decided, oh, they're just going to paint over it. So even that, we're wondering, it's a landmark, facade. How can just these random acts happen? So, and I guess I'm looking to you to hear your expertise, your knowledge of how, as a community issue, we could find some kind of pathway to put some, as I said, I don't know if it would require an investigation by the Landmarks Commission, but put some onus on the owner to properly maintain the facade and not let it deteriorate.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here. Mark, do you want to speak to that? I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of things, and I'm hoping Paige will chime in because I think the law part of it's better. Part of the history is that this board worked very hard to help the Alamo Drafthouse take this space, because in one of those ironies of life, the Metro Theater had been shuttered as a theater, and it is not a conforming zoning use. So the theater needed a special permit to be used as a theater in one of those dances. That was in 2012 to 2013.
Right.
I was one of several folks on this board who took both hands and pushed a variety of people, including St. Michael's, which is the church behind, and Extel, which owns the building to the north,
Correct.
to try to get that special permit, which we eventually did. And then, of course, you know the rest of the story. The Alamo Draft House dropped us like a hot potato and built their theater in Brooklyn. So there's that history. I was on a site visit about 2 weeks ago at the Metro. So the painting over the graffiti is actually an interesting thing, because that would be a non-conforming or non-permitted alteration, which and obviously if you look closely at the facade, especially behind the marquee and above it a little bit, there are what appear to be plywood panels that have been painted black
Yes.
in an attempt to blend in, but of course they don't, with the facade. So that is another potential violation. One of the things that some of us did, one of my colleagues did, was to call this to the attention of a landmark or a preservation specialist, who in turn contacted a former colleague at the commission to see if they might get the attention or the interest of the commission on a regulatory way. To your other question, and this is where a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and I fully confess, yes, the owner of the property is responsible for it, but generally speaking, that takes the form of responding to violations, and I'm not aware of any violations on this property yet, but with your group, I'm sure that maybe you can help change that situation. There is the concept of demolition by neglect. By the way, one of the things we did in the site visit is I called on colleagues from St. Michael's, and we got into the backyard so that we could look at the back wall of the building. And in a funny way, I'm sorry, but happy to report that the back wall is not bowing or looking like it's about to fall down, although some of the metal structure is actually poking through the brick. So that's not a good long-term prospect for the building. My point is that there is some that preservation specialist is in turn in touch not only with the commission, but she's also in touch with a mechanical engineer, a building engineer, who will hopefully either donate his time or help us find a way to evaluate whether the building is an imminent threat. You're correct about the marquee. And about the condition of the facade. So some wheels are turning, and there's some community folks, perhaps you're among them, that are trying to make a difference on that. The community board in general doesn't have jurisdiction to on a regulatory basis, but we can certainly be helpful, as we're trying to be, to assist those who are trying to bring this to the attention of the regulators, and we'll see where it goes from there. I'll shut up now.
Thanks, Mark. Can you also promote Joanne Dorian?
Thanks, Mark.
So we're all in the same group. I don't know if she wants to speak.
I thought I did, and it didn't go through. Okay, I just tried again.
Okay.
Oh, here she comes. Okay.
There we go. Thanks, Mark. Deborah, would you like to speak? Please unmute yourself.
Have to unmute yourself.
I'm part of the same group. At one point, I tried to raise money for the Metro, and it's been fascinating hearing this whole process. It's amazing. I did there are two questions. One, is it all possible for you to give us at some point the names of the mechanical engineer and the person who's overseeing that, so that we could have a sense? Because as a group, one of the problems is I have been inside, but not a lot of, basically Bialik will not allow people to go inside. And it's impossible to negotiate with anybody who might possibly ever be interested in the Metro, which is a whole other issue, but people need to know what the status of the footprint and the interior is, since also the air rights have been sold. But what I wondered is, when you think of definition on demolition by neglect, what's the benchmark? Like, what has to happen? I mean, this is a blight on our neighborhood. It's an empty hole. It's a place for garbage. It's a place for rats. It's like a very sad sort of poster of what we're going through as a community. So how far, when you're trying to prove, demolition by neglect, how far does one go? What's the benchmark? Because we look at this, we look at over the last 15 years, there's been nothing but neglect. Along with a refusal to negotiate with anybody reasonably, which is why the Alamo dropped us. So there has to be some way that a community can rightfully sort of address what is the real issue. And that is that this theater, which could be a, multifaceted performing space if we raise, the back, kept the facade, whatever, is attached, connects to symphony space. There's all sorts of potential to bring people back. It could be educationally, culturally, economically, it would help our community. But we are stuck with, I have talked to lawyers that say, well, no, the facade, it's not really in disrepair, but that's crazy. It is absolutely in disrepair. It's hanging up by the post. At some point, those posts might come down, but it's also psychologically, socially, really detrimental to the community. And we don't know what to do because we have an owner who won't move. What?
That's what it is.
Jay, you have your hand up. Do you want to address these concerns? Jay?
No, I was asking if the owner is looking to sell the property.
No,
only for the last time I talked to Mr. Albert Bialik, the deal was $19 million. He would give $3 million towards, he'd throw in $3 million. That was the last time. I'm not even sure it was a real number, but there's nothing to the space.
okay.
There are
somebody
no
doesn't wanna
air
sell.
rights. What?
Nothing you can do if somebody doesn't want to sell their piece of property.
I understand, but at some point, does somebody have to get killed when the facade drops down?
Well, hopefully
would that
not. But like Mark said, the landmarks should probably come in and issue citations or violations.
Well,
And then,
well,
and
there's
then
one-
They generally don't do that for structural issues.
Right.
They're not
And
gonna
no.
do it.
Can I refer you to an article in the New York Times in the real estate section, maybe like a month-ish ago? It was about the demolition of one of the Astor Row houses.
No, I've read that 3 times.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
But
what
that's a
happens is
situation.
Such a shame, such a shame. But
Yeah.
it shows to go your hands are tied a little bit because you
But
can't.
he's-
Except,
already-
wait a minute, except there are ways that you can call attention to it.
Okay.
And that is by, and I've been involved with a building that collapsed on Canal Street. The facade fell into, the only person that was hit was a drug addict underneath the scaffolding. And I had the fun of rebuilding it, and it's amazing. But and I looked at a lot of other abandoned buildings, but the only way, and Valerie might even agree with me on this one, is that you have to shine a light on it. And the reality is that this is a landmark building. The owner is doing demolition by neglect. It's not heated, it's not cooled, it's not cleaned. The toilets haven't been flushed in God knows how many years. The water doesn't work properly. The gutters are blocked. Trees are growing out of the brick in the back, and bring pressure to the Department of Buildings to go and look at the building, because you can't keep an abandoned building in Manhattan. They just won't have it. It's a public place of public assembly, and the fire department is supposed to be in there and inspect it, even if there's no seats left. I remember when all the seats were ripped out. So you have to bring, organize the community and get the, what do you call it? The building services agencies involved. And that even includes going to city planning, because a vacant building that used to be a place of public assembly, the fire department should be inspecting that every 6 months.
I agree with you. The problem is that Bialik constantly is blocking any kind of movement in that direction, because he says that there's a contract on the table, and it's always a lie.
well, they have to prove it. And, you know, HPD goes in and does their business. I've been privy to a few pretty horror show rescues, one in Brooklyn Heights many years ago, damaged churches. You know, we nearly lost a steeple on Ephesus, and I got the job to put the steeple back as a result of helping the community. But I think it's going to take every single, and Valerie, if you have anything to add here, since you're listening to all this, you need to get every single city agency that can touch this building to focus on it and hassle the owner to do something. Because one day something's going to happen and someone's going to get hurt.
Exactly. And I think, you know, that's one of the angles that we've, you know, besides it being obvious, but the fact that he won't move on things, we feel that we need to do something. And our group is forming and growing and so forth. I'm just wondering, as a preservation committee and the community board, is there any way that we could bring this as a formal complaint and have some kind of a resolution so that through the community board, we could get some kind of leverage with these city agencies? Or maybe we have to do it with our newly elected council people and the borough president, et cetera, but maybe on all fronts. But is there some way we could get an agreement with the community board that this is a serious issue needing attention?
Well, I definitely think the elected should get involved. And of course, that's all going to switch in this month. But yeah, and I don't see, I can't speak for the community board, but I know that the community board in the past has intervened to help individuals. Mark would know that, and Jay better than I, but because I'm not at that level of the community board. I'm just a worker bee. So, you know, I don't know, but I think it's certainly something that you should bring to our full board, and when we have it, I think it's next week, isn't it? Our full board, but we had it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I was at that meeting and they referred me to come to the preservation committee meeting. So that's why I thought, well, if we start here and if there's some kind of agreement with the preservation committee, I don't know if there can be a resolution in favor of, you know, assuring that these city agencies are actually taking a look. I don't know if that would help move it along, or if there are contacts at the city agencies that we could, you know, for whom we could get specific names, but something to start to give it some heft.
I think
just to add, if I can just weigh in, I think it would be appropriate. I don't know enough about the history of I mean, I obviously know the obvious by observation, having, you know, been around here a long time, but I don't know enough about the history or the current details. You guys obviously do, but I you know, I put it to Michelle and to Kay. I don't think it would be inappropriate for the committee, furnished with enough information to consider a resolution, basically calling on all the necessary actors, our elected officials, Department of Buildings, whatever, just to call on them to essentially, in more flowery terms, pay attention to this and suggest that they move forward on any action that they are empowered to take. Just recite the history, reaffirm that it's a blight, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and ask them to take action. I don't think we can do any more than that, except, you know, basically indicate that, you know, we have an interest in it. we're concerned and we'd like to see some action. It's not, it's not rocket science. I think we could do that.
Clary's had her hand up there. You want to jump in?
Yeah,
And then
I
Valerie
have
wanted to
very,
say something?
very little to add, but question number one, do you know whether the owner is up to date on real estate taxes?
Yes,
They are? Okay.
presumably, yes.
Second, and this really overlaps what people started to talk about, our electeds can do a whole lot more than we can when they choose to put their attention to it, often without success, but occasionally with more success than we can have. And so, first of all, Linda Rosenthal, our state representative, is not changed. She's going to stay in office. She's not affected by the recent election. She's often a very good advocate. And Gail Brewer, who is a total tiger on issues like this, and not that Helen Rosenthal hasn't been, but I think you want to get Gail involved as much as you can, as soon as you can, along with Linda Rosenthal.
And it's really a city
There's also
issue.
Mark Levine, who ran on it, and now he's another one, but.
Oh, wait a minute, is it in Gail's district or is it's in Mark's district? It's in Mark's former district, maybe it's in.
Mark's will be in Sean's district.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
then, I think
But
Gail.
Gail is also, because they all abut each other, it's all of one, basically.
Yeah. But my other point, and it's not much of one either, is that at least in other contexts of these very frustrating things with violations that nobody's paying attention to, generally, I think I've been told, instead of having one person report it, an LPC, makes a note, somebody called to report a violation, or another agency, it's better to have 100 people reporting the same violation, even better to have 1,000 people reporting the same thing. So even if it's been recorded at whatever agency, LPC or whatever, have many, many people do it.
And who would that be 311 as well? Or
Yeah, it can be done through 311. I mean, that is exactly the context in which I at least have been told it's way better to have 100 people reporting the same thing than one person reporting it.
Right. No,
But I think that's still overly optimistic about in this situation.
Valerie, you
Valerie?
have your
Yeah.
hand.
Oh, yes, sorry. I actually stayed on the meeting because I used to live around the corner from the Metro. So I've been watching it for decades as well. And it was terrible. I mean, it wasn't a great place to go to the movies because the seats were so awful, but it was nice to be there.
Only if you have knees, Valerie. That was
Yeah, just knees.
that was the problem.
But the real problem is he sold his air rights. He's not really very interested and motivated to rent it.
But
so, which is a real problem. But I think that I would definitely try to get the electeds involved. And I think you should take photographs. You should get a meeting scheduled with Landmarks. Certainly, I think with Lisa Krasavich, who's the executive director, and John Weiss, who is director of enforcement, to really sort of get it on their radar range. I mean, they could certainly start issuing violations for some of the conditions and some of the work that appears to have been done without permits. I mean, you can repaint something the same color without a landmarks permit, but they're losing those panels at the bottom of
Valerie, John Weiss is one of the people to whom we're trying to get the attention of. So that's great advice, and it's already in the works.
But they do really
So Mark,
the council members.
yes, and I'm just wondering, I mean, that's been the idea to kind of, especially once everyone is seated, is to get this on the radar. And I guess maybe in a sense, this is our first step. If we feel like we're coming to the community and the community board and raising it, I mean, I feel that's an important first step, so that we can also, I mean, I know you guys deal with the elected officials as well, or the board at large, the community board. And, so I feel like this is a good first step, and then we'll keep expanding Mark, I'm just wondering, since you've been, monitoring this somewhat and that there is some communication about that, is it possible that we could be kept up to date with what you learn? Or do we need to come back to the committee or?
So there's two different answers to that question, and I'll give you three. I'm interested in this, so I'm delighted to stay in touch. I am not, however, the voice of the community board on this. We have two co-chairs of this committee, and if there's going to be a meeting at which a resolution is discussed, it would be the chairs of the committee in consultation with the chair of the board who would figure out how that should happen. Of course, there would need to be notice so that Mr. Bialik at least had the opportunity and the awareness to present if he chose to. I will bet you a good beer down the street that he will not be present, but we have to go through that step. So I was just sort of brought into this by Dan Cohen, who I'm sure you're familiar with.
Right.
That Dan was, as a matter of his community activism, was interested in this. And so, because a lot of us talk to each other, the one thing that's unfortunate that everybody sort of said in different contexts is that this is the last 5 minutes of about 60 people's term limited terms, only some of whom are going on to other things. So, and the regulatory agencies of whom we're trying to get the attention, their commissioners and their leadership may or may not change in the next couple of months as well.
Right.
So it's absolutely the worst possible time to hold that meeting and get that attention. I think that just a teeny bit more patience and do the spade work, like trying to get an expert that can give us an opinion, like trying to get the attention of the regulatory folks, to lay the groundwork for that, which your group is already doing and doing a good job of. And so I'd be glad to lend whatever help, historical context I can to it, and I'm sure there's others. And when the time is right and the chairs think it's the right time, we can talk to them about, a next step from the community board side.
Great, thank you.
Kay and I will talk to Stephen, see if
Yep.
he's got a timeline on this, and we'll be, of course, talking to Mark as well. We'll be talking with you all.
I think if it makes sense, we can put it on the agenda for a near future meeting and at that point, come up with a resolution that could go to the board, and that might help bring it to
That'd be
people's attention.
terrific.
Sure. And so if that's the case, how should we stay in touch with you to know about that? I guess
Know about
you
a
have my email.
resolution?
Yeah, in terms of once that gets underway.
You can always go to the CB7 website, because we have the full board meetings and the committee meetings every month. So
Right.
just go to the website and then, go to the website first. And then if you don't see anything, you can, Mark, they can contact you.
Sure.
Yeah, or our chair, Stephen Brown. Perhaps Stephen first.
Right.
Wait, or if the chairs, and I would understand this, Michelle and Kay don't want to give their own email addresses to folks here. The normal way to address that is you write, members of the community write to the office, to office at CB7 or whatever it is, saying, please forward this to the chairs of the committee. So
And they'll do that.
I mean, I know when I was a co-chair of a different committee, I just encouraged people to I gave my email address and said, write to me anytime or call me anytime. But if that's not necessarily what all chairs want to do, but certainly that's the method for getting a communication forwarded to
Yeah.
chairs.
And there's mine in the chat, but also Jesse at the
right to
CB7
Jesse.
office
She's our point person.
handles a lot of that. She's our point person for
What's her-
figuring out.
terrific job.
agenda
What's her
items.
name again? Can you
Jesse
repeat?
Nieves, Nieves.
NIEVES.
But just, to her attention, to the Community Board 7 office, her attention.
Yeah, if you write to me, I can
Or to
respond and copy her if you want.
Okay, folks,
Great.
I gotta be up at 5:30.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Cool.
you're welcome. I gotta be
Thank
up
you.
at 5:30 tomorrow and deal with public school, high school kids. I'm not a teacher, and I'm looking forward to this. So
Are you saying the meeting is adjourned, Michelle?
I think I'm strongly suggest, yes, saying the meeting is adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you
Good
very
night,
much,
my friends.
everybody.
Night all.
Have a good evening and see you
Good night,
soon.
all.